Alright, checking out the Laysara EA campaign. What will we do? This one also looks like it's reasonable. Sure, let's look at that one. The mediumly high difficulty. We might go back to the other one if we succeed at this. This is some serious mountain we've got here. It's not a home yet, but surely we have all we need to establish a settlement. I don't know. There's not much land suitable for efficient farming. It's not like barley won't grow a little higher. Have some faith. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it doesn't look like the worst place possible. It certainly seems small. It's compact. Look at all these resource deposits. Hopefully we can run some manufacturing. You know what? You're right. With a positive attitude, we can make it work. Okay, pause. Provide citizens with eggs. This is when we wish we were Kitty and we had our eggs redeem, but... Is this the road to Rome? But all roads lead to Rome? There really isn't a lot of space on this low level, is there? So this should probably just be farming. And then that space is too small. This is slightly more reasonable. Can this... So I would like to be able to look at if this can be placed before making a decision like that. Okay, this is the best we can do. Because I don't know if this counts as like adjacent to a river. And it seems that the answer is that it does not. But over here does. So I actually want to go this way. Okay. So let's assume that eventually we want the bath here. And then I probably want the supply things to be here and the houses to be sort of here. And that also means we don't have to yeet the food up as large a distance. It's only up the mountain and to here. Reduced food eatery, yes. Already they're outside of its range. can do that. That gets us some more. And then if we're yeeting stuff up, we are going to need some starting artisans. Fair enough. That one doesn't work either. Okay. That's enough for one yeeter. That's fine. They definitely need some more food. Now, eggs work everywhere, which is lovely. They work everywhere. Oh. I had forgotten that the first level yeeter needs you to be on research level 1. Well, well, well. How awkward for me. Perhaps then it is time for us to pioneer... No! Fishing needs tech too! I was going to say it's time for us to pioneer fishing. You don't like the Final Fantasy II graphics, Kukurino? And Fire Emblem's had graphics. Shoofly? Am I really going to be trying to do this with... Well, we could do it with milk. And the milk actually works quite conveniently for this as well. Okay, 2 yak shacks, which is complaining about a lack of yak, which we will solve soon. Right. That's kind of disappointing. On the other hand, that looks quite nice. Okay, our people have enough food, even if it is the only thing they get to eat is cheese. Now, where's the voluntary donation center? You can click and hold to drag... Oh, you want me to use the, this thing. You want me to pretend I'm a 3-year-old using a tablet. Okay. Then we actually need to have our yaks. It's fewer clicks. 1, 2. Versus 1. It's not that big a difference. And it doesn't mean that I have to hold down the button in the meantime. Alright. So. No, it's one less click versus the effort of holding the button down the whole time. But anyway, we want this to become grain, which we will eventually yeet up here. We also want textiles here, because it matches that. But textile is beyond our current technology. Bath isn't beyond our current technology. But bath won't reach where we want it anyway. How much maintenance do you have, Bath? I mean, we could move this all over a little bit. But I'm honestly thinking we might just have a second foodery. Eventually, a second food distribution thing. Okay, and what about our eggs? Do we have at least the basic relay station? We do, but it won't even reach from there. That's so sad. Go away, fly. Well, maybe the eggs can reach from where we are. Which they, of course, cannot. Fine, then we'll have an egg yeeter. Ta-da! Citizens are provided with eggs. Have 10 lowlander huts at level 2. So they've got 2 foods, they would like level 1 enlightenment. Praying place. Or a mandala that we don't have. Do these need monks? They do have upkeep. No, until we supply more, that doesn't seem overly useful. We should move this all over so it's closer and we can immediately provide baths. Oh, seriously, fly. Go away. It almost reaches a reasonable distance. Do they even like baths? Who even wants baths? I mean, it looks like everyone wants baths. No. Artisans want baths. So maybe it doesn't need to move over? Yeah, okay, it's providing the artisans with their baths. They're happy little artisans because of that. Or at least happier little artisans. And then they would like fish, or meat, or all sorts of things that we don't have. Decorations, tapestry. We'll turn that off, but now we know where it is and it's positioned exactly where I want it for the future. We're still getting the yak thing, so we should come down and do this. I've kind of built the... I should have built that one square to the left. But whatever. Unless you're allowed to move these as well. No. Stairs are not allowed to be moved. Okay, and then it's one of these. No, that looks even better than that point. Okay, you feed here, you feed here, you feed here, you feed here. Not that it's useful to us yet. Oh no! The compact yak thing is also... Okay. I got too used to having Tech 2 from playing yesterday. Fair enough. Oof. Now, until we're using this, these should stay off. My assumption was that we were going to use that to do the efficient, space-efficient yak things, but no. So they would both like this and this. I can't do this until we have the yeeter. We might be able to do utensils. Nope, because everything is hidden behind Tech 1. So it's really, really, really pushing us to go grab this. Now these guys like living at the very top. You know what? Let's just let some time pass and some money come in. And we don't need all of you either. Seriously? Oh well. We can make a Mr. Plow. We're just gonna insta-die? We may insta-die. Well, let's speed up. Maybe we insta-die. Yeah, we insta-die. That is so cruel. Oh. Wow. This is just reinforcing my you should never, never not be at 100% of treasury. All right. The instant you aren't at 100% of treasury, you will get smacked with some snow and lose all your money. Okay, let's try this again. Except we know not to build near this. And also we know better about this time, right? Because last time I got screwed over by building the ladder in slightly the wrong place. Bath that we don't use from the get-go. Okay. Okay, there's the eggs. We just don't go anywhere near you. Okay, that's a start. What do you mean they're not big? Oh, yes. Fine. Go here. Seriously? Fine. Move them one over. Done. People are fed eggs. But they want us to have slightly more people fed eggs. Done. Step 1, complete. Tax agent. I kind of don't mind the idea of building a tax agent there. We can always move it later. Lovely. And then we lack 1 yak workforce, but otherwise we're happy. The cost for the missing yak isn't that bad. We wait for this to come back up to full money. We do not build near that. Even honey is technology. I suppose I could allow ourselves a 3rd egg. I'm just that generous. Now, if we're nominally working up to getting Tech 1, we need 60 monks. God, it's so many. We're almost there. Trouble is, we've screwed up the... well, we would need to move everything over 1, which is hugely tedious. What it really makes you want is, like, the ability to just bandbox, say, lift up every single building and move them across 1. Yeah, the food does not get far enough to, allow that. So maybe we actually move you. Like, that could go there. I think I'd have to delete that bit of road. And I'm wasting more of the river space, but I'm not wasting as much road space. Well, treasury is full. Pause then. Oh, you're not allowed to pause because there's an avalanche happening. Fair enough. Even that is too close to this. Well, Mr. Plow that away and then teleport it down here and fix that one. The blockers haven't seemed to do anything, Super Cheese. We've used them and they've never seemed to do anything meaningful. It's been very disappointing. These things have... They take up huge amounts of space and they seem to do diddly. At least based on what we had yesterday. I mean, I was kind of reserving that space for the Amazon Fulfillment Center. But I could maybe justify moving the one house? Sure. And then we need 4 more monks to make them happy. Done. Now, Mr. Plow has drastically increased our yak workforce needs, but we'll be able to turn it off momentarily, right? Because now we have this. In a moment, we'll have Tech 1. And then I can build the efficient yak things. No, the efficient yak things are Tech 2. Fair enough. Then I guess temporary inefficient yak things. Good. And now you teleport down here. We lose our minus 30 for buried in snow. These people are all suddenly unhappy. Why? On this research level, people require more satisfaction. This I don't remember. So all these people are suddenly charging us money because we have higher tech. Which really just says we need this to finish so that we can build the Yeeter upstairs so that we can provide them with more food. Right, this finishes, we build our more food. Himalayas on. Okay. You no longer need to exist. Move over here. Turn yourself off. We want food. This process. Feed that. Feed that. Feed that. Feed that. You may be turned on. And then we may have a yeeting center. And suddenly they're happy because they have bread. And they no longer, wow, 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 pay us to make up for not giving us enough stuff. Sure. Also, we now have too many yaks, so dial that one back. First yeetery active. Bless me. Bless me. Okay. Are there any other Tech 1 things that we actually care about? Fishes too. We can do honey now. The monks would like honey, and the normal people... No, only really the monks would like honey. No, the normal people would like honey as well. Okay. Monks are normal people, but not the artisans. Okay. We're going to replace these being so close to this with a yeet center. Oh my god, even that's too far. Okay, and then this one can be honey. More bees needed, my lord. Okay. Sufficient honey. Massively over-sufficient eggs now. Probably because we're providing multiple kinds of food. I don't yet have an excellent feeling or handle on how that works. So I can turn that one off. Pretend that we turned this on. They would be slightly happier. It's like $100. I think instead we should look at copper utensils. Which necessity says we must get rid of one of our artisans for. Technically, I could get rid of that road. And then it will fit there. Fit there, he says, and then doesn't move the one he wanted to fit there. Because he's an idiot. There. Now, the ratio for this was 4 to 1. Horrible ratio. It is a city building game. Tashi Delek? You speak Nepalese? Vama? Wouldn't put it past Vama. Vama is very multi-skilled. That's slightly bad because we're wasting stuff that could become fish space later, which you can't see because you're not allowed to do that. We could see it via looking at this. I don't like wasting that fish space. The thing is, though, these are all about to densify once we give them this, right? No, they need well, they've got enlightenment, though. We could give them a shrine thing. God, their range is just a joke. Yeah, but it feels so silly to use up one of these. How are our market ladies? Not enslaving children. I could maybe justify moving all of these one over. Extend the road one up. I'm sorry. No, I think the most reasonable is maybe see if we can move all of these one over. And then that plus... It almost... Ugh. It gets all of them except one. But we can just make this medium road later. Okay. Also, we've increased so many people that we need the third egg thing to turn back on. Upgrade complete. Insufficient egg speen gas. Yeah, I kind of just want to move those. Really? You only go that tiny distance that way? That seems wrong. it's like 11 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it looks like it's 11 tiles, and that's just yuck. Anyway. We're going to accept that we need slightly fancier road. At least here. I was very much hoping that here to here... Well, actually, if I do one more square... I was hoping that would get us to reach that one. Oh, come on. Still no? No, there we go. Now it does reach here. Good. No, no it doesn't. We need one more. Still no. Well, that's just stupid. So what, you're going to make me do that? Yes. Okay. Missing people. Many, many a yak. Why? Because this uses yaks, and these use yaks. Fair enough. And these may turn back on. Am I willing to invest in slightly nicer road down here? Maybe. Okay. That seems alright, and then we can start moving these over here. Where's the fourth one? Even that doesn't work. Although I could swap these two. Really? That still doesn't reach there. Well, I guess you have to move. You can happily move to there. Done. We would like one more. And it looks like we can manage that by shoving you here. Okay, those should all be producing. And now we need our Amazon Fulfillment Center. And it looks like we're going to need more than one. Something very tempting about trying to put it there. Campaign. Yeah, it's okay. I still think this treasury thing, the treasury should grow with your size of your town more. Okay. And then I need one over this side. I maybe need to build slightly nicer road. Here? Doesn't quite get it to here. Do I try and justify the exceedingly expensive road along that length? I don't think it's going to get us twice the distance, is it? Well, it does get us the range to there, so I'm going to stop complaining. And we need our second Amazon center. One over here-ish. Except then we're going to be even more massively out of... Well, you know what? The peasants will have to make do without having utensils, maybe. Good. Good. This one. Well, what if you moved to here? Good. Alright. What? But it's highlighted. Oh, it's only highlighted when I hover. What about now? There we go. Yes. Ta-da! We have far more metal production than we could ever need. We kind of do need two because one isn't going to be enough. One is going to say insufficient. But it's also going to make us have insufficient artisans, so... You know what? Maybe these all go off. Done. We'll turn you on later when there's actually a use for you. Same with you. Let treasury recover. We also have unemployed yaks to stop paying. Yak. Yak was the animal in this game. Okay, that area gets smushed. Fair enough. Yakety yak, don't talk back. Just finish cleaning up your room. Let's see the dust fly with that broom. Your brain kept screaming llama. Getting over here seems pretty good. It's not at risk of getting snowed on. Like, if this collapses, it's probably only destroying this, not down here. And that would let us work on segregating our people. Let me turn this on again for a moment. Okay, both of these do want bath, though. So it would make sense to push peasants down here, not the advanced people. Because peasants don't really care about getting bathed. And then where do we want the shaft to go? Where do we want the stairs? If this is going to be farming, I should probably leave enough space for a farm. Yes, that seems reasonable. Oh god, no. Not the expensive road for this. Actually, if we move that one more over... I can probably sneakily fit something in there. Not quite. Okay, then where we're going to put our food distributor. Probably here. Get our next quest. There's copper here. We should take advantage of it. Copper is a good mineral. When you touch it, it feels cold. This means it drains temperature from your body very quickly. I wonder if in the future it may be used for sending warmth or maybe even other kinds of energy over long distances. What on earth are you talking about? Is it good for making kitchenware? Yeah, no need to get ahead of ourselves. All in good time. So, wink wink, nudge nudge, are we going to make copper cables in the future? Actually, I've already just accidentally built this at the perfect distance. Now they're going to complain about no longer having honey and eggs and a praying place. How are we going to manage this? 1, 2. It's a bit wasteful to have a road like that. Oh, that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Maybe we delete that road and try and do something else with that laser. Then we need our eggs down here. Okay. You probably don't reach here. So we need a basic yeet center. Done. And now we start moving our peasants over here. That also means that we can move you. God, they have shitty range. You know what? No, don't even exist. Same with you. Yeah, but there's also savings to be made now, right? Because we can convert this back to normal road. And I think the same with that. Sure. Nearly done. And then how do we want to do it over here? Like that. Ta-da. Honestly, it's surprising that eats so little. Now that makes space for more artisans here. Which then means we can afford the eating centres. At least in terms of artisans, not in terms of yaks necessarily, but in terms of artisans. The Voluntary Donation Centre. Good. We're back in the positive. Turn on one of the yak farms. How big is the local Amazon fulfillment center going to be? So we'd kind of like that to move one square over. So in the future... Or I could put that there. That's pretty close enough. It gets most of the houses here. If we really wanted to, we could extend here and there with fancier road. Maybe except that these ones don't quite reach. We can have one more. Okay. New peasant city. They would like honey and they would like goat cheese. Well, yak cheese. We have the spare artisans that the honey is now reasonable to say you reset what you do, stop doing what you do, move to temporary building storage, become a fancy fulfillment center, well, a fancy transfer center. Okay. I could if we moved this over. You're not wrong. I could move that over and then this here and then it would work. Okay, and it has a surplus. These people are suddenly happy that they have honey, food, wheat, egg. They would like utensil, and they would like enlightenment. Am I going to build many a stupid tiny shrine thing? Or do we try and work out a way of squeezing this in? This is worth at least 2 of those, plus... No, but the monk upkeep is probably a bit onerous. And it's so big, yes. Like, I don't like all these upkeeps, but... especially now that the food does reach there. Even if you don't. They're only... That's 5 whole money! That covers the one that you miss. That gets a fair bit of you. And then you. And then how do we get these guys? I feel like I should put one like here. Yeah. That lets us have all of this as housing. And And that does work, but it wastes 3 other squares. That one's so good. Yeah, maybe we just accept that the... What the heck? This needs a bridge? Yes, this needs a bridge. Okay. No, 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 no. Shitty road for this bit, thank you. Why not move the top row 1 left? We could move this 1 left? Maybe. The other thing I could do is supply them on the back side, rather than on this side. But then these ones would still be unsupplied. That doesn't quite reach here still. You want a move button? M for move. That also almost does what I want, but misses that one. Okay. Watch how tax, people, and desired food here changes. You no longer have enough eggs or honey. Fine. There. Honey is okay again. Eggs. We need another egg. Pretty perfect. We need another honey. Okay. Another egg. And we've also exceeded our grain. I mean, it's very plausible to make another grain thing here. Maybe we should just go down to barely under the consumption. Like, delete 3 of these houses. The other thing to do is, now that we have all the artisans, we can say yes to all of you. And then this should go to a Yeet Center now. Wouldn't it be lovely if this only consumed 2 spaces instead of 3? More yeeting required. Move that down 1. There we go. Send here. Send here. Send here. Send here. You send to the Amazon Fulfillment Center, which may turn on. This may turn on. And this may also send here. Holy. Oh, well, we have more space, so can we not just build more artisans over here? You aren't happy enough now. I mean, we could make the second Amazon Fulfillment Center. No, we can't, because we're out of money. You think we can get rid of that one? I mean, that helps. We can turn on these. It's nowhere near enough. So how many utensils do we actually need? Half as many. There. Oh. And then we could go back to also sending it down here. Yes. But no, because it costs more. Okay, and we wait. And then we build up our yaks to match this. In fact, you know what? Let's rearrange these so that they're prettier. And let some money come in. on. Correct number of yaks. What's your problem? Your problem is that we were still deciding if we wanted to delete the 3 here, so that I don't have to make even more eggs. And then I guess the question is, do I try and shove a second housing district here? I mean, more peasants is more money. The animals are so cute. Little yaks. I like the treadmill yaks. Where are we? These ones. The ones in the hamster wheels. Alright. The ones in the redacted? The ones in the yaktainment thingy, the, yak racing are also okay, but they're a little bit too much like they're playing El Toro, Toro, underlay, underlay, chase me, chase me. So if we were to do this, what I would do is I would have one farm thing here that can push to both zones. And I think that would work because this space is bigger than this space, so if I build a housing zone and farming here, it will provide the little bit extra that this needs and all that this needs. So let's just sit back and wait for this to recover a bit. Actually, aren't I better off by... Yeah, I'm better off disabling this for the moment. Avalanches one... No, they can repeat periodically. So this can be the source of avalanches forever. Somewhat as predicted, this didn't kill everything here. It did, however, annoy this. Can I move it? Just move it out of the way. This is the area that was nastily affected. This is just superficially affected. Have 80 monks with access to scholarship. Sure. Yeah, this is just always a future source of avalanches. As is this. As is this. And so you sort of choose to build to either avoid them, or you build the anti-avalanche things, but they haven't seemed very effective when we've used them so far. Could I fit a whole nother one of those in here? Perhaps only the high-level ones are meant to be? Could be. Could be. One. Oh, that's so painful. But we could replace that with a second mill, and then that would have space for the road. 1, 2... Yeah, I think the eggs are going over here, but we'll have this be the farming. Anyway, treasury's basically back up to full. The extendo fields? Sorry? Extendo... Wait, can you do... Can we do for these what we do for the yaks? No. It does need a road. Superficially they merge together, but functionally they are... Seemingly, maybe not? Ah! Okay, they can. Well, that changes a lot of stuff. Then we can go like that and just say... One road does... many farm widths. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are moving over here. Let's build our... This, probably... There. All the chickums are moving. You are no longer chickum. Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, Ma, my eggs, what have you done with my eggs? They'll get over it momentarily. Unfortunately, that's a pure diagonal, so I can't... I think we do that. And something like that. Looks a bit weird. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Except this is already too wide. So maybe we adjust that bridge road to like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. If only extendo houses worked the same. Keep moving the eggs. The yeet center will be there. First egg. Second egg. That is... third egg. Yeet center. Egg here, egg here, egg here. You here and here. Okay, and then it wants more egg, which is fine. Done. That's also going to mean that nominally this wants to yeet all the way over to here later. We need this place as Amazon Center. Boo, it doesn't fit. But we were going to need a second one of these anyway. Oh, come on, that also doesn't fit. Double boo. It does fit there really well, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 2 granaries. 2 of these. Oh, I thought these were 3 squares wide. They're 4. Okay, and then we need the yeet center. Ta-da! Oof. We need 1 more of you to not suffer some penalties at the moment. When we look at filling up this. 3 surplus egg. Many, many, many surplus grain. Where will we put the Amazon Center? Here? Up here? Maybe there? Yeah, that looks pretty good. It does waste 1 square here, but we'll say we probably end up using that for a gong anyway. Yeah, we need a tax office over here, this is true. The tax office would fit quite nicely there. And there. Close enough. It only misses out on 1 house. On the other hand... But then I should try and use this for 3 wide things as well. Egg deficiency. We need another eggs. Can you expand eggs? No. Yeah, shrine would fit really nicely here, this is true. Okay, and then what about this direction? Can you also eat here and here? You can, but then we'd be minus several million artisans. That looks like the most sensible place. 3, 4, up. Up. Maybe we make that loop. We'll see. Really? Oh, that's disappointing. Well, I guess you're a shrine location now. Ta-da! Slave labor camp established. We need even another eggs? We need even another eggs. Bless me. Okay, modest egg surplus. Modestest of grain ones. Which will probably go away if we upgraded any of these. Yeah, because one of these houses is worth 2 of these ones. So really I'd like to fit another set of that. Let's give them their gongs. There's no point in that having a road. These two miss out. And we need one up here. Okay. Now, what have you been given that makes you happy enough to do that this doesn't? Honey. You know what? Maybe we make some more honey over here, rather than yeeting it. Well, let's see how much it costs to yeet it all this distance. And then these can all upgrade. And then not enough honey. Now, I really do think we've built so far up that we will be getting smushed by that in the future, unfortunately. If it isn't in range of both of these, we should probably get rid of it. So these three. And those ones. Or we could give slightly nicer roads around here. Let's see what that does. Well, that gets you almost all of the way there. That gets you almost all of the way here. Between the tax office and the place where you pay for stuff can have the really, really nice road. And that gets that coverage to there. And it gets him coverage to up here. That means we can have that house that I just deleted back. And it's not enough honey again. Holy shit, that's a lot of honey. Yes, and now the problem that I thought we would have, which is not enough of this. I may scrap a little bit of this space for more of this. No, that seems kind of excessive. Well, let's just look on if we could fit it at all. Yes, if it was on the bottom row, we could have a 4-long single farm, adding in an extra one of this. Is losing that many houses worth that? And where would we put the tax office? Tax office could maybe go there. Well, here is probably the better choice for the tax office, now that we think of it. It's more central. And then it says that that's bad, but we're about to lose a whole bunch of these. So... die. 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 One. Two, three, four. Where do I put the next one of them? I guess we move this whole set over one more. So... 1, 2... No, that's not enough. What we can do is use the first one to align the others. And then shove the last one over. There. And now that fits happily. Okay. Extend that to here. Only one house is missed from tax, that's fine. Maybe we could justify just the littlest bit of extra nice road. Really? I thought that would get you over there. Well, a little bit more. There we go. Yet still not you. There we go. all houses are in range of that. Ooh, perfect. Precise egg production. Okay, let time pass and money aggregate. Then we desperately need to upgrade these. And they either want fish, baths. They want so many services. Bloody artisans. We want utensils we could do. Utensils and baths, but that's only 2 things. That's fine. Actually, there's no point in having any of these working if we're not supplying the utensils anywhere. That saves us like another $300 a time period. Treasury is almost maxed. Woo. Disable some of the excess yaks. Now where do we go next? Here looks nice. Right, it's not directly threatened by any avalanches that I can see. It has copper and rock crystal. And it maybe has a little low ground that we could do farming on to yeet food up. I have not been to the Cloud District. This isn't Might and Magic 7. We haven't visited Celeste. What hurts Nemablob? Yeah, we should try and get here. And make an artisan zone. You can't go to the Cloud District? Or actually, we should probably make this pure artisan zone because it has water. Well, actually, both want baths. Does this count as river that we could build baths on? Yes. But not here. Yeah, so this is prime. Probably get it to about here, and then this little bit needs to be like yak cheese and bees. How do we get over here? There's a bridge, and how do we get up there? Oh god, wrong kind of road. No, not the fancy road. And then we need a shaft down to here. But, you know what? We should set up the farms first. No, not barley. Oh, it is barley. Okay, 2 sets. Where can the stairs up go? Can that actually fit 2 wheat processing things in here? Yes, but then where would we fit the yeet center? However, we learnt from our roads that technically those both don't need roads now. So it can be like that. We could also try building them just straight across as... Well, if this fits the 2 things and the yeet center, I don't suppose it matters if we can fit more. So... But importantly, it does not. Okay, so, no. Let's lose this. One sec, sorry. No, if anything, that seems to be worse. Like, it's nice in terms of easy single road access. Also, I guess we could shave off needing those. But we can't fit the bakeries here. We bridge across to there? You could cheese it by... No, the bridge can't come down to here. Okay, we can't cheese it. Maybe we just have to have the wheat here and not the resulting bakeries. And the bakeries have to be upstairs. It's really hard to argue with that one. We can fit one bakery down here? What if we put the road in the middle instead? What if we go from the other way? What if we go from that side across? Okay. That looks like it will work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But we can't squeeze in both of these. It's so close. No, the bottom row is 1 square off being 3 farms, I think. Right, you can't. That bottom left square is 1 too small. It does. It does suck. This whole plateau is just 1 square wrong everywhere? It kinda is. No, I think I need to accept we have We've gotten over the bargaining stage. We accept that it just needs a yeet station. The mountain did this on purpose? Okay, there is space for a second yeet station if we eventually decide we want to get the hay out of here to make yak efficiency things. Let us start the bath. Because that's then going to decide on if we use 2 baths. Do we use 2 baths to do this zone? How far do baths reach again? Pretty far. Although that is with the nice road. So they probably only reach about that far. Nothing can be rotated. There is no rotation. That will do for the moment. Okay, you yeet this upstairs to here. I said to here, and to here. Pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good as well. And then artisans. Millions and millions of artisans. We probably use 2 Amazon centers for this. I want to leave a bit more space for the possible yak thing here. So maybe just 2 rows? And I left too many spaces there because I can't count. Okay, tick, tick. Even the bath gets that far. We could build a medium center. Like, we could build one of these ones. Oh god, no. There's no, that's not a... I don't mind using road for in amongst the houses, but good road between here and there feels really wasteful. Like, maybe I'm underestimating the cost of then having these yeet centers. I mean, there's no way good road gets that up to even here, because you can't go upstairs anyway. This has to be a yeet. But, like... maybe it isn't the upkeep costs that I should be caring about for the road, as much as it is the artisans. Right? If I get to not build a road, like, if I get to not build a yeet center like this... at the cost of that road. Nah, 3 per tile is too much. 1 per tile I could see being... it's gonna get 50% more range. Which should be like... here. Not here. Yeah. Alright. Now they have food. Food that they don't like. Really? Yeah, really. Well then, I guess this is... the yaks are yakking up. Yeah, we could turn on one of our yak things again. Maybe just because these guys don't eat grain, and we just built the grain thing here, maybe new space should actually be temple zone, not artisan zone. Which is going to be slightly tedious to flip these locations around. But at least these guys will eat bread. Fussy artisans. You know, maybe it's quicker to do it by bits. Because this way I don't have to scroll. Yeah, this saves a lot of scrolling. They need a hotkey for move, absolutely. They kind of do. The new meta. The new meta is moving things like this because it's quicker. Hail, Pisces. Okay. These people don't care about this, so the academy can come over here. It actually fits right next to there pretty nicely. Although its range is garbage. And now we do the reverse, where these start coming this way. Ooh. Oh, come on. Thank you. Okay. Yes, literally done. So these ones may now move over here. Last one of these. Okay. More monks. And then we say yes to slightly fancy roads here. Here. Oops, I meant to do dirt road. Come on, let me do dirt road. There we go. That bath provides for everyone. It's just that the games require you to move things too frequently. Yes. This honey is no longer useful. So we could disable you or move you over here. Sure, we'll work out what to do with you later. We do need another eggs instead. In fact, all of these... There's no point in this yeeting... Like, if this doesn't eat honey, this whole section might as well move closer to here. Like here, even if we have to build a stupid line of the largely ineffective anti-snow tsunami barriers. Yeah, we'll fix it in a sec. There you go. Okay, and then this can become the honey zone. Maybe you will be useful over here. You're certainly not of use where you are. And we move the honey. Really? Okay, we need to change these slightly. These two need to swap. There. Now you still can't reach. Fine. We'll do it the boring way. I was trying to build into the zigzags and I'm punished, so we'll do it the boring way instead. There. This connection does nothing. Thou shalt not zigzag, yeah. But this is all protected from the avalanche now. This side is still possibly crushable, but it doesn't look like there's anything that risks them. I can't see this. Well, actually, some of that might come down into here. And then eject there and crush here and eject here and crush this. But we'll see. Only time will tell. All this pointless wood. Okay, and then these. What are you complaining about? No eggs. We don't currently have the tech for trading, CK Hawk. We're not smart enough to know how to barter with faraway places. Only how to accept their base money. There we go. No one is complaining about food. You all get the most basic of eggs. And that's it. Now, once we've got this up, I would hope that we would have enough monastery power to make a second one of these and get Tech 2. The alternative is to work on this one, which gets you tech... Like, instead of just getting you one more tech, it gets you 3. But what is needed for painted cedar? Herbalist. Cedar Grove. Dye producer. So rock plus... Yeah, we would need this. Now this does exist here, so we could do that. The last map, we couldn't do this because it didn't have this resource. It didn't have rock. We would have needed to import that. Sure there. So that gets us 4 rocks, which powers 2 of you. In theory. 1, 2. If that means this road has to be slightly silly, then so be it. Ah, but you can only do... So we need a distribution center anyway. So actually how it was fine. Fine. Undo the undoing. Build the basic movement thing. So you provide to here. He provides to here and here. Yeah, that looks alright. And then these provide this to where? So far we've done this to this. This needs to go to the cedar painter. Okay, why not there? Oh, wow. Each one of these fuels like 4 of this? That's a huge ratio. Yeah. So one rock thing does 2 of these, and 2 of these does 8 of these. Surely that's an insanely too many. Yeah, we only need 2 to provide with the 1 monastery thing. So we need 1 of this to here, which means we don't need the intervening this. You can go back to being disabled. You aren't needed either. So you go directly to here. He goes directly to... nowhere. Because we will need to split up the output of that. That goes to here. You go to here, and 1 more of these. Okay. And then the 2 of these. We need more yak. Don't worry, soon we'll have the advanced yak building. Two of these. We need some wood to go with them. So if I want to run 2 of these, I need 16 wood, which is 4 of those. No, we're too poor? Sure, we're too poor. Morning, Salar. You know what? I'm okay with having them like that, I think. Where's the 4th one? We were too poor, so we just need to wait a little bit. And what we're doing is you go to that one. You go to that one. You go to that one. We're not doing any of this because we don't have the barley input. Done. Where is this avalanche? Nowhere dangerous. And then we need the matching barley. So how much is the ratio of barley that we need? We need 4 barley for what I wanted to do. Which is only 1 herbalist. That's extremely doable. Actually, moving that over 1 more makes it really easy to fit a yeet center there. No beer for the monks. Not yet, no. Also, the monks don't want beer. They want baths, utensils, tapestries, decorations, yak races. It's these guys that want beer. Artisans want beer. What if we do it like that? Holy shit, their range is tiny. That is a hopeless amount of range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I suppose it isn't that bad. It just looks bad. Okay. You touch, you touch, you touch, you touch. You feed this, he feeds this, this feeds both of these, and then we need the barley. Which was how many of these? Just the one. Okay. Check the chain. That works. This works. This works. This works. This works. This sends it to here. And then both of these output this. So in theory, we could have our big monastery. But that would need these to be happier. Ugh. You're being too formal, Cal, isn't it? Like nuggets? No, actually, you're being chill. Yeah, I'm forgetting my chill German. Trying to deal with our monk deficit is what we're doing at the moment. Deciding whether we build more monks or upgrade the monks we have. Was geht ab? And are we foregoing the making them happy by enclosing them in a building? Perhaps we should get some nuns? I mean, maybe the monks should actually be here. But then how would I provide them with baths? Unless that river can be baths? That river can be baths. Then probably the monks should go there. But this is constantly at risk of Giga Avalanche. No. No, I think we stick with this for now. So what else would they like? They would like honey and cheese. This space can definitely do honey and cheese to up here. Are there no defensive buildings? You can build the little tree line building thing. These things. But there's two factors at play here, Solar. There's different strengths of avalanches, and there's different protecty things. These seem to protect against level 1, but over the course of the game, the avalanches will get stronger. Or at least that's what happened on the last map. So eventually, even the avalanche protecty thing doesn't seem to do enough. At least one layer. Maybe you're meant to build multiple layers. Maybe you're also meant to build the this yak-based avalanche-inducing thing to decrease the 3s down to 2s. And then the 2s presumably to 1s with your trees, and then maybe even one more by having the walls, but... You could also just try having a road passing the avalanche area and build on the... Yeah, you could try and build where the avalanche won't go. That's also part of the thing. Alright. It feels really bad spending so many of your people on this when it... It feels like a constant waste of money to have... I have workers in this building. It's nominally producing wood, but you can't use the wood for anything. If that wood could be used to do, say, this cedar stuff... or something, then maybe. But as it stands, it just feels like a huge amount of waste of workforce and their pay. Let's sit around and wait for that upkeep treasury to fill in. Ecologic protection is expensive. But death is also expensive. Death is free, Cal. Death costs nothing. Okay, that's probably enough to do our honey. Where are we going to move you? For the moment, I guess that can be our temporary storage for that. Make sure that it's shitty roads. And then how do I want to deal with... Well, I kind of wanted to put this here. But maybe this one on this side and the other one on the other side? And then that means we could fit more housing there. Actually, that would fit the Amazon Fulfillment Center quite well. Actually, that would fit the Amazon Fulfillment Center quite well. And then I'm not wasting... Yeah, I like that. Turn you off, though. And then have this road go like that. We no longer need that road. Hail, Baron. Welcome, welcome. G'day, g'day. Sure thing. Very good. Now, the theory was we were going to build a big monastery here. If I could rearrange these so that these were here and these were here, that would be useful. But that might necessitate weird roads like that. I mean, that works. And then as long as the big temple can live there happily. Yes, it can. Okay, that works. I don't mind this weird road. I have a copy because it was given to me. But, my understanding is it is in full EA now. This is in full early access. I played the demo back when the demo was free. We still need more of you. And we need to get our honey. I'm looking at having that probably there. So, road there. One, two, three, four. Boop. That does get you food. Only one of you misses out on tax. And okay, you don't have an Amazon Center, but we'll build an Amazon Center on this end of this as well. There's no naming things, Kaladin. So, no. For the moment, push you over to the edge. Okay. If we're saying that's the limit of this... Well, it might be there and I just don't know. As far as I know, there's no renaming things. 4 is probably a reasonable number. Oh, come on! What if we put you there? Then it works. Honey massively outstrips demand. Fair enough. Then, for the moment, you can come live down with the buildings that we've abandoned. Also does... Sorry? You hear Manor Lords has renaming. No idea, I haven't watched any. I have not played any. I do have it, but I haven't played any. And, I haven't watched anyone play it. For the most part, I watched like 5 minutes of, I think, Flo playing it, and it looked like he was walking around in a first-person view, which doesn't feel like a city builder to me. But whatever. But whatever. Okay. We want a second Amazon distribution center. We want one that's up this end. Turn it off for the moment, because we don't actually have anything for it to distribute. The rest of this can be monk housing. In theory, we could double the number of monks here and be happy. So how do we make you 3 happier? Meat, which we can't do. Utensils, which we could do. Baths, which we can do. We can just flip the switch and make you have baths. Yep, everyone gets baths now. I will allow it. Now we need 3 more things. They want 3 enlightenment things. So one of them is this, which we've just done. If we built the other temple, that would be a second. Right? And that would need this. Done. I just remember the last release of SimCity being profoundly disappointing with its everything must always be connected to the internet, and at release there was nowhere near enough servers to match people trying to play it. I was slightly fortunate in that the Antarctica continent server was close to where I live and had relatively low usage, so I got off lighter than a lot of people in terms of server support, but it was not great. The launch experience was terrible. Also, clap, clap, clap for having Antarctic servers. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so everyone has education. The moment you saw... Like, aside from that, I found it quite reasonably fun. But yeah, it was a huge pain at launch because of that. A praying place. Okay, what provides praying place? Only the shrine? Or do we wait for this to level up and then do gongs? They would like gongs, and gongs would do. That's probably easier than doing praying place. Yeah, I don't want to have to build hundreds of these one-by-one things. That's just annoying. I don't want to build these. So... I guess we'll go for gong, which means we need to unpause, let this start producing technology capacity. Ooh, we're about to run out of money. Well, I guess I have to build more of these even if I don't want to. And we're about to find out how far... Wrong kind of road. How far this can stretch in this way. 2 more? We've got 2 gold left. No, this has to turn off. On the other hand, that has temporarily allowed us to have gongs. Nah, we're gonna have to leave it turned off for a bit. Which means we should turn off this whole supply chain. It's tedious. Okay. Wait for that to be at max again. No, the main reason we were losing money is because negative monks. You pay out the nose for bonus theoretical workers. What we could do is also set up utensils, though. They would like utensils. Okay, how bad is this? That's not that bad. Mr. Plow, move over to here. Fix those. Then fix these. These guys are going to be complaining about no bees. Turn you on. And whilst we're waiting for that, we could also set up copper. Subcontracting monks is expensive? Yes. The other thing is maybe to try and raise these. I could fit a couple more there. And that's because of lack of eggs. Because all these chicken farms just died. I will accept a second Mr. Plow. And we need one more chicken egg. Sure. Maybe eventually that becomes one more house. We'll see. This one's almost fixed. Treasury is also almost full. You move up, help fix this a bit quicker. Treasury is full enough that we can go do this. Night cow. You're drained from all that never unpausing. Got one whole year of gameplay in 12 hours. Ay, ay, ay. Where's the one I want? I want this. And then this. And then this. Here. I am not fond of that. But I don't really get a choice. I suppose it could be there. But there is just the more sensible. Well, actually there is sensible. Now, do we just yeet this to, say, over here and then back? Or do we use some of this space? It feels wasteful not to use this space on people. Yeah, I probably yeet the resources away. Down to say here. It's not so bad. I mean, another yeet center. One of them to there. One of them to there. And again, this whole sequence can turn off because we don't have enough artisans to run it yet. But we've paid for it. Let Treasury re-recover. We are about to be able to turn off one of the Mr. Plows. Okay, Treasury has recovered. We can try activating this. On. 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 Only 5 deficiency of monks. Our tech goes up. We can then go save workers on level 2 yak thing. All of these people have gotten grumpy because tech has gone up, so they expect more. What if we gave you all baths? Then most of you would shut up. Almost all of you would shut up. Really? Oh, it's just not quite. 2 more steps of good... 3 more steps of good road. There we go. Okay. Those guys shut up. Are these guys unhappy because of that? No, they're all still fine. And we can upgrade these to the efficiency yak things instead of these blunt ones. Now, part of that could be here. It could come up here. Like this. And then we could have those. But it's probably more sensible just to do it right next to these ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hay. Level 2 yak thing needs 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. What's wheat? Barley. Technically barley, but I have Caesar 3 brain, CK Hawk. Yak efficiency. Efficient yak thing. Move that one down. Then it can reach where we need it. So can you. And ta-da, we can disable all these inefficient yak ones. Actually, we need some of them. But could we build some more efficient yak things over here? The perfumery? Yak Utopia. 72 yak production. Technically, aside from technology, we have all that we need to do that. One fits. Go. 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 And we have spare yak again. Beautiful. We're only slightly negative on monks. And we could try seeing if we could give them utensils. Although it says they really need an enlightenment one. So actually they don't need utensils. So we need to build gongs for them? At least gong has reasonable range. Whoops, that was meant to be shitty road. Really? Fine. Go back to shitty road. I guess it needs to come up this way. But in that case, no. More squares of this is... Seriously? More squares of that is not enough. It's a good place for a gong? Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay. Gong. Gong. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Why don't you want it? Because you don't think you're touched by... What? Oh, you don't think you're touched by the gong. So, like, you to here. And then there. Or... Yeah, no, that works. That's good. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. thing. Yep, the one next door is too far away. He does get access to Bath. He won't get access to that Amazon Fulfillment Center, but he will get access to that Amazon Fulfillment Center once we give that Amazon Fulfillment Center fancy roads to the middle. Yeah. Okay, and then you should probably be a gong. Maybe one square up. I really want to get those two as well, but... maybe one more square up? That's wasting a lot. I guess we just live with that every single block needs its own gong. And we say that our density isn't actually going down that much because each gong lets us ding multiple buildings. Right, that costs 6 monks, but it turns this into... well, that one's actually bad. Well, no, there we go. It's not bad because of those ones. Then I need one like there. Done. And we go from having massive monk deficit to significant monk surplus. The tax office would like me to upgrade that road. Possibly that bit as well. Still closer, but doesn't quite get to here. 2 more? Probably 3 more. Still not enough. Swap it with the gong? No, because my memory was that this space doesn't get touched by food. We also suddenly need more honey. Done. That space is for question mark. Holy shit, they need so much enlightenment. Every single one of those has to be enlightenment for them to upgrade again? Oh yeah, I could have moved the other honey building. It's a slight waste of money, yes. I mean, they're never going to be on the... that we might get eventually. I could give them a praying place, that's 2. We're not on a highest zone, so they're never going to have that. We could maybe get them Yak Guardians. We could theoretically get them Mandalas. Oh, come on. Boo! Look at that, it's one square off. Oh. I can put that there, though. Looks like we'd need like 3 or 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Eh. I'm not sure that I care about the next level of that at the moment. We don't have much fertile land here. I wonder, are you thinking about using barley for something other than flour? We could brew a little something, you know, to help keep spirits high. We definitely could. Cold, foamy liquid gold, perfect after a hard day's labor. Or just to make everyone feel easy, to forget the important stuff for a second. Huh? No idea what you folks are talking about. Provide inns. Now, do you guys theoretically like inns? They do. But we don't have any space for making barley here. Right. We would need to give up some of our food. Which I suppose we could do. We have excess food here. So what? Kill off one of the mills. And instead make a brewery? No, because we'd need all this. This into... Well, we could shove some of that stuff up there. This into coal. Coal plus some of the barley into beer. Yeah, maybe we do this. So how will we do this? We delete you, or we turn you off more accurately. You can move over here with the other surplus buildings. And then up here we say... Wrong kind of road. That looks fine. Three trees powers one of these. 12 barley has an awkward ratio with this. It has a really awkward ratio. So we're going to need to move that road. Because one of these is coming up here, it seems. One, two. I suppose this one could live over here. Move this down 1 square, move this down 1 square, move you down 1 square. Allow this road to touch these. Then you could send yours here, you could send yours here, you could send yours here. Ta-da, that has enough logs. See you, Pisces. That. You send yours there. Not in range. Okay, what if we go like that? Okay, there's 3. So both of these are now powered. The trouble is that one of those actually powers more of these than we're ever going to run. So I didn't need 2 of these. You are a surplus building. Go live with the other surplus buildings. And these no longer need to do anything. Okay, this... then inputs with that into brewery, which is chonky. What if we put the logs on this side? Then the brewery can go... sort of here? Oh, come on, you can reach that far. No, I can't reach that far. It's 1 square too far. Fine. Have 3 bits of slightly better road. Have 4 bits of slightly better road. Have 6 bits of slightly better road? Oh, come on, that's getting ridiculous now. Okay, done. You, this, here. You, this, here. We also need you to yeet this up the hill. Ah, this is true. We need a wheat storage, so... these ones. Okay, and then you send that up there. That means we don't actually need this one. This is now an excess one. In fact, we only need 3 of those. We could kill off one of these. This needs to output to somewhere that yeets. Okay, and then we send the beer down to, like, here. So we said we could get rid of one of the fields. If I move you, will this whole operation collapse? No, so you can also be... Okay, and then the inn can go here. And that touches basically everyone in town. Good enough. Dun dun dun! Ah, this ale tastes great, but damn, my head is killing me. I don't feel so good either. I don't remember what happened just before we left the inn. Moo! Moo! You did what? Oh, the youth of today. Missing houses? We're missing one house, I suppose, yes. We could move it to there. No, now it misses this house. There is no happy medium? There is no happy medium. But it doesn't matter, because we've met the number of people we were supposed to meet. We weren't doing this to upgrade these people. We were doing this to meet the mission. Mission met. Now we should have full advantage of the monk's potential. We should start mass-producing sacred artifacts and make tons of profit from selling them. Huh? What are you talking about? Well, you said at first, taking advantage of the monk's potential. I meant the spiritual potential of their enlightened minds. We need more places where they can meditate and pray. We've reached level 3. We have 60 houses. Big cute cow eyes. Moo! Isn't it a sweetheart? Is something wrong? Isn't it obvious? The animal is hungry. And since when can you communicate with yaks? It isn't that difficult. If you spend 3 days and 3 nights without food and water, everything around you starts talking. Right. Let's get to work then. How about providing our yaks with nutritious fodder? Smack. Have 4 compact yak thingamajigs. Well, we could add in 1 more without too much effort. Like if I move this over, and then you, and then you, then we're really close to getting this to work. Right, we would just need to squeeze this in somewhere. These 2 could be here, but then where would the resulting compact yak thing be? That's tempting because of that, but... I mean, we only have to give up one house. And we have so many spare of these people. Yeah. You can go. I don't know where you're going. You're going here for the moment. Well, the trouble's going to be that the last one of these is never going to reach, right? Yeah. Can we get road to go up behind here? No. And I'm not building a yeeting center just to yeet hay. So if we're going to do that, we should grab these hays, push them to somewhere here, push those to up here, and build a lot of yak thing. Which is a bit silly when we have all these unemployed yaks anyway. I guess it expects me to be using a lot more yaks? One sec. Cough, cough, cough. You don't need to be turned on at the moment. Have one more house there. But the bath doesn't get there. I'm willing to allow that. To allow that. Okay, what could we add here for these guys? They could have... Really? You don't want the thing that the other people want? Yeah, they don't like... No? Textiles. Is it only normal people who like textiles? Yes, it's only peasants that like textiles. Okay. I mean, we have Tech 3 now, so adding in fish based off here isn't impossible. There's one. Fish. We have the tech for meat, which we've never fiddled with before. Salt mine. Where the hell are salt mines? All the way up the top here. Yeah, I don't think we're adding in, adding in this meat for you, sorry. Fish is easy, though. Could I get away with you being here? Yes. And then I could have a fish transferring one, and we could even use one of these things that we've been storing for a while. So the fish goes to here, goes to here, goes to here. Dun, 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 dun. Turn it on. Okay, they are now happy that they have second kind of fancy food. And they would either like cheese, meat, or utensils. We have got the utensils set up almost ready. Cheers, Thief's Day. Thank you kindly, mate. But honestly, cheese seems easier. We've got the space here. We could add in cheese without much trouble. It's a little bit sad that nothing else seems to want the tapestry yet, but... Okay, so cheese. Also, this could be further away from here now, with the fancier road. How much cheese? Probably 2. I think it's time we admit that this moves in exchange for a road here. Done. Drink, drank, sub. Drink, drank, done. That space is a little wasted. Say we moved you. How many more could we fit? I think that can be the other Amazon fulfillment center. Looks like it touches everything. These two don't accept Bath. Yeah, just a little bit of slightly fancier road. There, that gets the Bath everywhere there. What's the circle with a line through it indicate about the buildings? That they're turned off. Currently those buildings are turned off because we have a deficit of artisans. Once we get these two all upgrade, then those supply chains will start kicking in. Wrong kind of road, I'm an idiot. No, you're welcome, Thief's Day. Easy enough question to answer. 1, 2, and then the cheesemakers that match with that. 1, 2. Give them the dairy, give them the dairy. Strictly speaking, I suppose we could push you here and then these two fit fairly neatly there. Well, one of them does. You go over here. Weavers. 1, 2. Not that we use these yet, so they can stay off. This can move back to here. No, it can't. Well, it probably can, because this can move back to here. So... we can move, say, you up to there. You to there. Not quite. There. That works. Why are you having trouble? Send that. Why are you having trouble? You don't think you're doing eggs. Okay, you say you're not in range. What about there? Done. That actually fits there really well, so we'll trade you. 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 That's actually making use of those two squares. You deliver to there. He delivers the resulting... we're going to need another one of those. And we have a spare one of those, don't we? No, I thought we did. Maybe I've used it somewhere else. So, you, and then there. And dun 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 dun! All the artisans are suddenly happy. Bing 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 bing. Bing 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 bing. And they say you don't produce enough cheese. Only exactly enough fish, but too many eggs. So what? We could disable you. You could come down here. We need to make another cheese-making pair, which is you and one of these. You know what? I'm okay with that. That's a bit awkward, in one sense. But we can make that work, because this one could power that if we really need it to. What's your issue? No, I think you're fine. Broken route. Ah, you're complaining about this one. Done. Not enough cheese. Yes, we're fixing that right now. Okay. You feed that one. That feeds here. And da-da, we have enough cheese. Fish, precisely correct. Slight cheese excess, slight egg excess. And if we really want to, you can send that here. You send there. We would need one more. Which means this egg would have to move. It could be there. Then we grab... You... Yours goes there. Yep, all three of those in theory work, but we're not actually using it. Technically, they could all reach there. Weirdly enough, that is better off here. And then we could build our yeet center for the resulting fabric, textile. Okay. What we're going to do with this, we have no idea, because it's also turned off. Now that we have all these spare artisans, we can afford to turn on this. So yes to copper. Yes to the copper processing. You can't quite reach here. These two can swap. That helps, but it only helps so much. I guess I live with having slightly nicer road between here and here. Still one square shy. Well, you know what? We could add a road from this side. Let's see if that works. Still no. I would have thought that should count as being an extra square closer. But it's still not quite enough. There we go. Got it. Okay, and then you need to be turned on. And you need to yeet it to here and to here. Those need to be turned on. And then we're slightly deficient on... No, this building dies. Or like some of these ones that otherwise don't get reached by other things die. Unless I could increase fish reasonably easily. Actually, it's not that hard to increase fish. Fish can be gotten from over here. The only hard thing is then pushing the fish to here. So we'd need another... that. You push to the carrier post pushes to the other carrier... Really? It can't get there? That is sad. That is sad in a lot of ways. Really? Ugh. Maybe this is a shorter path than there, so if I build the bridge at the top as well... Or I could rearrange this road so this is here and therefore several squares closer. Wrong kind of road. Kill off these. Move you here. It still doesn't get you all the way over to there. I don't want to have to build a yeet center just for that. Well, I could trade these two. Right? The fish thing... Then it would reach. You teleport here. You teleport there. You teleport where that is. Re-upgrade. This can now send to here. This one can send to there. We have an elaborate chain of fish delivery. But it means there is now enough fish here. Shouldn't this be showing 21 fish now? 7 to here. Ah, no, this one's just leaving the surplus here. Well, that's fine. Now, how much excess... this do we have? 6. Not very much, truthfully. These guys eat a lot of utensils. We can turn on this zone's utensils as well. Does it do anything meaningful? It might not actually do anything meaningful. Yeah, it doesn't do anything meaningful over here, because the only thing they care about is more enlightenment crap. So we're better off turning all this off. That. That. That, and that. Check. We are now lacking yaks. Because of all the mines? Because of all of these mines. Okay. This is already doing all it can do. We could do here. Either way, it's going to need a yeeting center. Also, we could have a trading post now. Why not delete some old yaks and build over here as well? We could make some more. But like, this hay is going unused, and my instinct is to use this hay up. Right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 efficiency yak things worth of hay here. Now, where are we going to move it? Probably to here. One, two, three, four. Looks pretty decent. Okay, and then we need 4 of the yak density things. These. Yeah, that seems reasonable. So you send to that one. You send to that one. You send to that one. And you send to that one. Spare yaks. Spare yaks aplenty. And we didn't need to delete these. We have our yak things. I'm really beginning to worry about how we're going to feed all of these people. There is something we can do. You have an idea? Tell me. I'm not sure if it'll work, and it's a lot of work. Only through great effort and dedication are we going to reach greatness. The sacred manuscripts say that, all right, I'd rather get to work than listen to your lectures. There's a spot just below the peak where we can get salt, and with salt, we could make meat. Splendid, let's do it. Provide 400 people with meat. We're most of the way to winning now. I didn't want to come up and get the, you know what, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for our treasury to fill it back up. Otherwise, we might risk having a single avalanche cause our treasury to hit 0 and die. Does not sound fun. Speaking of... But it's on a side where we have not colonized, so we're fine. We have spare chicken, mill, Dye, bees, charcoal, spare Mr. Plow. The gold is here and the salt is also up here? On the other side. Salt, salt, salt. Now, we haven't fiddled with the trading center. And I am tempted to do so. I want to learn how that works. So... say there. Sell utensils. How does this work? Not receiving any to sell. So it must be like a periodic thing. Because there's no like... This is a game where there's no stockpile, there is only flux. You only have rate at which thing is being produced and rate at which thing is going out. There is no stockpile. We could buy wool, painted cedar, or incense. We can sell lots of garbage. Although that actually kind of works. What rate do you sell at? Yeah, I could move you over and sell our slight excess. Except you don't fit nearby. Well, it would fit here. It isn't that much work to move you there. Move you, say, there. Oh no, that's even fancier. We're just producing painted cedar, not ornamental cedar. Cedar. So no, this building is useless to us. Unless I wanted to export hay. And I can't imagine that the upkeep cost versus the money you make from selling hay would be worth it. So instead, let's look at getting across to the salt. That is a big lift. Just a sec. Refill my drink, use the restroom. It has been a couple of hours. BRB. Boop. Alright. Thank you for your patience. Wow. Cheers all. Now we have to connect to here. Do you jump across here? Yes! We've locked that out, so is there a way around the other side? Yes. Get this out of the way. Go join the other theoretical buildings. Done. That lets us across to here. Here lets us across to here. And here lets us up to get salt. Now, are goats like chickens? Yes, goats are like chickens in that you could build them anywhere. Goats are basically yak, but with different proportions and weird eyes. Okay, salt. And then let's have a look at the ratio. One salt mine does 4. One of these needs 4. So is this even going to be possible? I don't think there's going to be enough salt for this. Well, we'll try one at a time first. We should yeet this all the way down to the bottom of the mountain. That is such a long way to send the salt. If there's anywhere I wanted to send the salt, it would be here. I think we might move these up a bit. To make some room for the soon-to-be salt processing. Or do we do that here? Or perhaps even here? How much does the... Where were we? This... This... This needs 12. So either 2 on the low ground or 3 on the medium ground. But 2 of these does enough for 3 of these. Well, it's not going to get processed on the low ground no matter what. So really it's a question of, do I want to do it here? So these 5 can move. Those 3 cannot. Or at least, if they move, we lose some of our tree cover. But honestly, we could just extend this across a bit and does it matter? We'll see if... See if these can reach here from back there. Yes, yes they can. And so this is now prime space for being our goat meat production. We had the spare wood into charcoal thing. There. That looks pretty good. 1 slightly too far away, fair enough. One, 2, 3. Turn you on. Technically, I should mix these in a mixer now, which is a bit of a hassle. Right, you can send it to here. You can send it to here. He can send it to here. And then 2 potentially goat once. Okay, and that needs... Why not make a road at the top next to the trees? Across here? It already has... Those ones get to here. Oh, you want me to, like, step this in one? Maybe? want me to do like that? Ugh. Doesn't quite reach. Well, we put you over here as well. There. And then Mr. Doesn't Quite Reach can stop. 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3, check. That's forever going to be a pain in the backside now. So you know what? We'll trade it. Trade it for this one, which doesn't think it's sending its resources anywhere, so it doesn't give us a silly little pop-up. No, it does. Okay. Rip. You know what? I am willing to spend the money to not have the pop-up. Wait. But then why are these ones? Right, these ones don't give the pop-up, and they're not trying to send their thing anywhere. Anyway, that can now happily move over one. So can these two. You send to here and here. Oh, come on. It can't read. Fine. Swap these two. That's a bit silly, but... There. But now this one can't reach it. Fine. There. Good. Then we need the salt. So we need another local distribution thing. That is where this salt gets yeeted to. Then this gets sent to here and here. And lastly, we need the goats. 16 goat. Oh my god, the goats are huge! The goats are huge! The goats can be done... This zone is safe. There's no avalanche that's going to hit here. Oh, you're in the way. Yeah, get out the way. Okay, you to here, to here, to here, to here. And then you, who want a distribution thingy one. To here. Him to here. And here. Dun 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 dun. We have succeeded at producing meat. And then we want that meat to come over here. Because these guys are super fussy. Dun, 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 dun. Great, it worked, and it wasn't even that hard. At least we have this sorted. We can focus on other... Actually, why don't we use this salt for something else? I wouldn't mind butter tea, to help me focus on our sacred quest, of course. Butter tea has lots of vitamins. It'll be a great addition to our diet. Oh, come on, it's a delicacy. Surely even you can't resist. The yaks love the smell, am I right? Moo! Provide 200 monks with butter tea. Okay, so we're going to have to yeet the salt across to here as well. How much of the salt that we're currently picking up do we even use? We could have 2 more salt doing other things. Ale, textile, not butter lamp, I want butter tea. Is it a food? It's a food, and I would need another research level. So we would need another monastery. I mean, we could have another monastery. There's nothing stopping us having one, and that would also help potentially make these people happy with education. No, they don't like education? Is it the common people who like education? I thought someone else liked education. But seemingly I'm wrong. Yeah, scholarship. My memory says these do like scholarship even if they're not admitting it. Now, is there anything higher than 5? There's a 6. Because, like, I don't want to build one, only to find out that we need to build another. And there's an 8. Okay, so we'll just do the 1, and if later we need to add another 3, we can add another 3. Where will this live? Here is kind of tempting. If we ever need more monks, this could be another monk zone. Sure. Let some time pass, let the treasury refill. Get this up to 5 so that we have the technology to develop tea. Yuck. But that is why we have Mr. Plow. And other Mr. Plow. Although it would be nice to get it up here. We're just going to have to wait. It cuts into our money a bit, but not so much as to be a crippling thing. Ornaments, beer, decoration, perfume, or butter lamp. How much spare beer do we actually have? Not much. We'd probably need a whole nother one of these if we wanted to provide these guys with beer. What about ornaments? Wood, coal, coal and gold, and copper? Blah! On the other hand, we have 6 spare copper. So we could... In any case, treasury's full. We're good to go with the next thing. You claim you can't reach any of these anymore. No? Okay. Now you can reach more. Get back to work. Anyway. Butter tea. Produce butter. Butter plus monk herbalists. Plus salt goes to butter tea. So it should probably be done here. Salt's there. And we need butter and herbs. Well, that's not so hard to do. It's unfortunate the ratio of this is not 1-to-1. Because now we're going to need another distribution thing. You send to here, he sends to you. We can have 2 butter things. You send to that as well. Which also means that eats more salt. No, it's not salt. Is it salt? No. You don't need salt. It's... We've got you herbs. No, it is salt. Here. Here. It is not in range. I guess we're building nicer roads around this little industry block to make life easy. Even that is not enough. But you could go there. No? Because then you're slightly too far away from that smokehouse. Oh, good lord. Okay, technically that could go there, and then you can go here. And then you can reach both of them. Problem solved. Okay, and lastly, they need their butter. So do we have... this into butter? 1 is to 1. And sadly, it's like... This is a horrible ratio. 6 is to 9. So it's like 2 is to 3. Yeah. 2 of these is to 3 of these. So I need 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. And then we need 3 of these. 1. Get out of the way. 2, 3. And then you need a yeet center. 1, 2, 3. And we are now losing money because we have too many theoretical artisans. Well, I don't think there's any getting around that. We need all of the ones we have. This was reserved for more monks. There is a little spare space here that we could have an artisan or two. But they're grumpy that they haven't got enough crap. I've only got eggs. Where's everything else? It wouldn't be impossible to give these gongs. But they'd still need one more other thing to upgrade. Okay, just barely profitable. If I move this over this road, we can squeeze one more in there. Wrong kind of road, my bad. Okay. Can we squeeze any more in here? Any sensible way? There. Easy. Instead of 2, we could have 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we can only have 3. Still, 3's better than 2. And we've dealt with our deficit, essentially. Deficit of 1. Unless we can work out some way of squeezing more in over here. Which we can. Problem fully solved. Yeah, he's doing his job slowly but surely. Okay. So it was meant to be this butter thing. Butter, 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 all goes to here. You need to bring it over here. From there, it goes into here and here. And from there, it needs a storage to yeet somewhere else. Which can be there and there. And then it needs to go across to the monks. I think we'll just have 2... No, that actually doesn't need 2 separate ones, does it? It just needs 1. And we yeet it to this central monk food place. That uses a lot of... That is a lot of people moving. Okay, we need to find even more space for people. And the trouble is, part of this has to be beer. Or upgrade? Upgrade what, sorry? I mean, we can just turn it off now that we've completed the quest, I guess. It's not like these have to keep getting their butter beer now that we've completed the quest. Yeah. Yeah, actually that's very sensible. And instead, send it here. Kill off that one. It is not... Yeah, it's marked as complete, because we've got the next one. We've got now do Lowlanders butter lamps. We've done the Monk's butter tea, big tick. Now Lowlanders with butter lamps. Yes, 2 things that have butter in their title. And that's just enough butter. We would need gongs. And we would need one other fancy thing. We could stop providing beer down here. Shrine and beauty? Beauty? I mean, we could do gongs and praying place. No, because one of them has to be a prosperity thing. Right? This one has the prosperity. So in the same way that the monks are pretty much exclusively interested in religious things to upgrade, and they only need one worldly possession. These guys demand some sort of prosperity thing. So, yeah, we could do decorative building plus gong. But what even is... Okay, it's in here. Decorative tree, decorative flower pot, decorative topiary. How much range does this have? It looks like it's gong equivalent. Yes. This house and this house. Yeah, it's gong equivalent. Okay, so we'll temporarily move you over here. Temporarily move you over here. Oh, come on. You there? The yak races actually have an amazing range, but we don't have the space for them. I think you're going to be murdered, and so are you. It's probably worth it to kill that one. And then we could do 2 down here. We need some over here. And actually, if we put it here, it would serve double duty. I like the double duty. In fact, can we get double duty? Yes. Well, there's no way to squeeze that other house back in. Sorry, you're dead. Okay. And now we need like a pair down here. And double duty down here would also be amazing. Some of them are missed there, which is a bit sad. Okay. And we need 2 over here. Probably just these 2. Okay, some of them aren't fully upgraded, but that's probably as good as we're getting, and it's given us a nice surplus. Money's on the go, even with the buried in snow compensation. And now we need butter lamps for the commoners. So they'll finally have a use for their Amazon distribution centers that so far have gone unused. So butter goes to butter. Copper needs to go to utensil. And wood to coal. Gosh. I mean, we have got spare copper. You hop over here. Can we fit it in down here? Probably. We can probably fit it in down here. So, the trouble is we need another pair of butter to butter then. Which can go up this bit. Well, actually, what's the full ratio? I need to know the full ratio. It's 6 butter to 6 lamps. And I probably only need 2. And each... Okay, so I do need only 2 more butter things. That's fine. Two of these. To 2 of these. One, 2. Okay. We need a local distributor for... Well, do we? We haven't run the math on this. Am I better off running 2 long-range things, or 1 long-range thing to a small local distribution-y thing? I've got the spare artisans at the moment. Also, we don't have spare yaks, so we need to go turn on our basic yaks. There we go. So I've currently got butter here. We already have utensils. I don't think we can yeet coal. What is the coal ratio like? Can I produce the coal here? Because, yeah, I do not... I only local yeet coal, I don't global yeet coal. We need one of these for one of these. Sure. So, 2 of you, which means one of these. You then need some logs. It's probably easier to yeet the logs. Close, but doesn't quite reach where we want. What if you were over here instead? Yes, turn on, send here. Send here. This is going to have to move. There. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Damn. It seems reasonable. But I can't get the third logs I want in there. Not unless we move this even further. And getting somewhere that all of these touch is tough. But there's nothing saying that these have to be here. We could push those goats to, say, there, without too much trouble. There. Now we can fit you. You now come sit here. 1, 2, 3. Good. That gives you 6. We need local sub-distribution of that. How are we gonna get that little extra? Or do I move these? Like, what are these staying in range of? They're staying in range of this. No, they're staying in range of that, which doesn't matter because it's a long-range yeetery. So fine, these can come over here. There. Okay. Coal, check. Butter. Check. And then utensils. Okay, and now these need to go somewhere. Get stored. And provide them to the common people. That's enough, I don't need to do 2. And that actually uses up basically all of those butter lamps. It's no good. What is it? Has something happened? Living conditions here. They're not good. Can you please stop scaring me if you only want to complain? Complain? Without high-quality housing, we won't be able to develop this town. We'll be stuck in a middle-income trap and never be able to build any temples. So say goodbye to our mission. Relax. I'm sure there's something we can do to make sure we're continuing to make progress. Have 50 houses at level 3. So make some more commoners, is what I'm hearing. Or our commoners only... No, our commoners are only level 2. We could give them gong relatively easily. Bong. Oh, no, because the trouble was then they're going to eat more food, right? And we didn't actually want them eating more food. Gong with the wind. We can manage more eggs. Maybe this one. Okay. Oh, it doesn't mean... I thought that meant of any single specific cast, not of all casts when combined. Provide 300 people with tapestries. But we could also afford to do a little bit more here, so... Maybe there? Or here. Here looks like a good bet. Yeah. Now there's not enough honey. And that honey was being made here? Here. Okay, honey is fixed. There's not going to be a lot we can do about the wheat. I think we just kill you. They want food, food, food. Well, that's not happening. And 2 enlightenments. I'm not giving you every kind of food, you crazy people. Okay, this one can go. So why are these ones happy? Oh, because they have the butter lamps. So this is all going to collapse as soon as I stop providing them with the butter lamps, actually. Well, no, I could give them topiaries. I could maybe make some more grain up here and bring it down. But honestly, there's all of this space to use. We just need a wall of tree things here, which means this space is usable, but not that space. What's needed for tapestry? Wasn't tapestry the highest tech? Yes. So we would need one more monastery, which means we would need a whole lot more monks. Because each one of these is 60. Or I would need to increase the production of this stuff by 1. And I could instead run a second one of these. And get rid of the monastery. It certainly conserves a bunch of monks. But probably not once you consider making all of this crap. 12 monks. 8 monks. Because we'd need what? 12? We'd need 8, 8. 8, 8, 12. So 28. And we'd slightly more powder? There actually isn't enough powder. Unless I grab them from here and drag them around. Which can be done. No, not really. It would screw up our... all of this. I mean, maybe if I could move that. There. Now that works. Okay. Then we would need a yeet center. And then where were the crushers? No, we don't, because we're only using half of the current rocks. Okay, 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 good, good. Stop. You don't need that either. So what we are going to need instead is a distributor for you. You probably need to live here. You instead feed this. This feeds you. And ideally one more. Although good luck where we're going to fit it. I mean, that's not so bad. And here also kind of works. We're going to need another herbalist though, so I think we accept that it's down here. You feed into this. How do we get that to you? We probably change this into an artisan one. So temporarily, you live here. We change our road. You come back. And you need to die. Can come down to temporary building storage. I had a spare one of these and I shouldn't have built the other one. I'm an idiot. Fair enough. Yeeting one. Send it to the yeeter. The yeeter sends it to you and to you. Okay. It outputs back to this one, which is going to be tough. I think this one's going to have to become a full-sized yeeting one as well. That said, if we're not using any of these utensil space, you know what? You're just taking up useless space. Go over there. And you. Okay, this gives us more space to work with. You to down here. Check. This has got both of its things. It needs to output to this. So we need 2 more of those and 1 of this. Yes. And we got no hope in hell of that fitting. So I guess these have to be over here. And a yeeter. This thing. Not in range. It's only barely not in range. We could have some slightly nicer road there. Still not enough. Some slightly nicer road here. There we go. And then how do we get you to reach this? Not simply. That's not stretching its range, so this could move up and still be happy, and then this could move across. Yeah, and then it can reach where we need it to. Beautiful. Okay. The cedar gets sent to you. And then rather than this, we need both of these to output into a yeeter. We need all 3 of them to output into a yeeter. Probably there. This is going to need nicer road. It still needs nicer road, so be it. Come on, we don't need much more. 1, 2. 2 more. Okay. Your new job is to output to here. Output to here. Output to here. You output to there. And now we build a second one of these. Well, we would, but we've run out of mocks. Also, we have no yaks. There, we have some yaks. And you know what? Our treasury's low enough, we need to let some time pass. Phew! Now, there's no way we're making these people any happier. I'm not providing them with 800 extra of these things. What we could do is squeeze some more people in. And one would fit here. It's definitely supplied by the Amazon Center. Good. One would fit here. Where else? Honestly, this space is just wasted. We're not using this copper. It is in range of the food. Goodbye. Goodbye, all of you. I should probably have kept that and deposited into something else, but whatever. Okay. Here. If any of the chickens could move further away. Which they can. Actually, we do it the other way around, maybe. I think so. You go here. Done. That one doesn't get food. Boo hiss. Well, we could probably fix that by dragging the nice medium road all the way down to the bottom. Almost. What if we extend it to there? Very good. I'm pleasantly surprised we haven't run out of food here. I was hoping that would get us to there, but it doesn't. If I move this, I can fit one there. Okay. God, I've got to move this one. Because then I can have houses here. Okay. The bath doesn't quite reach. And the education doesn't quite reach. The education's never going to reach. Yeah, the bath could probably reach. Why not move the bee up to the left mountain for more space? You want me to move these up here? They're eggs. I get what you want me to move this food? It would give us 1, 2, 3, 4. To the left. You want me to move it over here? Yeah, we could. We'd eat more artisans, and currently I have more spare monks than spare artisans. At the moment, it's using the worker-based yeeting. I don't really want to trade into artisan-based yeasting when artisan is currently my least populous here. Now that I have these extra monks, and I have enough lowlanders, we can build our protection and build our extra tech thing here. Tech. You go here. This needs protection. Seriously? That's sad. Can we move you over one somehow? Yes. But the trouble is, then we need these to collapse a bit quicker. I think you overlap slightly too much. Then you can go up one more. Yeah, that works. Okay, watch our tech boost up to maximum tier. And suddenly everyone is going to be unhappy because, wow, we have higher desires now that we're on higher tech. Wow! Possibly? We need these to move. So how are we going to squeeze you in somewhere? Because otherwise these are just going to stay frozen forever. I could probably trade these two. Yes, good. We can fit one more monk thing in there. And maybe we do move the bees over. Alright. Turn you off. You can become a spare building. You're never getting used. You might as well die and become money. Build the yeeter. Eggs. Eggs. They don't quite fit there. Fine. Can I move these all over one without much trouble? Yes. Now, technically 8 doesn't do anything, right? Because the highest thing was 6. So I think I can turn this off. And then the egg thing can move here. You supply this. Which is actually bees, not eggs, but okay. Give it a road. 1, 2, 3. Apparently I'm missing one. This one. And you can move over as well. So that this one can move over. Transport route with invalid path. Seems unlikely. Surplus of 1. Check. Surplus of these 2, and then you. No, that should be fine. What are you complaining about? I think you're wrong. We can decrease our yak by 1. Save a tiny bit of extra money. Alright. Then we look at eating this zone. Eating that zone and making tapestries. The land of spare buildings, not the land before time. The land of spare buildings. Let's just do the math. We would need 2 of these to feed 1 of these, which feeds 1 of these, which does 12 yaks, which is as much as 3 of these. 20, 40, 60. 10. 15. 45. It is still cheaper. And it's also space cheaper. And it's also people cheaper, which means more taxes. You know what? Just refund them. There. No more complaining about the land of spur buildings. Ooh, we have the extra fancy yak thing now. We do have the need for that many yaks. Crystal plus honey. We can do crystal. We could do honey. What's this other thing? Herb plus cedar goes to incense. $12. 12 powers 2 of you. One of this is more than enough for one yak thing. Nah, leave it alone. Just do more efficiency yaks. So... One, two. 1, 2, 1. No road connection? I'm sorry? Oh, you need to be moved 1 square over. Fair enough. 1, 2. Try these two again, because apparently I clicked the wrong one. Okay, and then 2 efficiency yak things. Kind of sad that that road can't make it over there. There. Yaks solved. A little bit of road that doesn't actually go anywhere. Fine. It's gone. Okay. We're going to let some more time pass. Can I squeeze in one more? Avalanches have gotten stronger. Which is horrible, horrible news. Good, the last one of those is happening. This last zone needs to be artisans. If we need to build the protection like there. Wrong kind of road. Why can't this go here? Because there's more road? Okay. It's kind of painful that when this is covered in snow you have no, like... They should probably make this highlight some obvious colour. Because at the moment it's really hard to tell where the field of little white asterisks indicating snow protection end here. Anyway, we need some artisans and we need to make tapestries. But I'm not doing that until the treasury's at a reasonable amount of money. Sure, you may turn off. How is gold mining? Because if we could just mine some gold for some quick money... Weirdly enough, no, you can't export gold. You can only export gold in the form of fancy ornamental cedar. We've got a spare Mr. Plow over here, but if you want, sure, it can be over here as well. The Buddhist monks had given up all worldly possessions except their gold mine. Gold minting is in a sub-panel in Treasury, is it? Money minting. Thank you. It's not like the mountain will become poorer if we mine some gold. Okay, and then what does that then lead to? 2 ore becomes many monies, but we don't have the artisans required to run this. So we need to make this artisan zone first. Okay, we'd predicted this. That's why we had this. Thankfully, trees are not damaged by snow. Alright, I reckon that's enough treasury. Pause. Let's try and make this zone mostly artisans here. Food distribution. We're going to make this 2? We're probably going to make this too big. As in 2 food things. Something like that. Now you need a road out to the outside universe. Okay. Whoops. We don't have any of our needs. Wah! The Voluntary Donation Center. If we built on the left, we'll be able to get a bath. We will build. I said we're going to build 2. There's going to be 1 here, and there's going to be 1 over here. And then the middle is probably food. Each one of these is actually making our problem worse at the moment. So, you need fish, egg, meat, or cheese. We will do egg and cheese. Something like that many is probably reasonable. Okay, and then... It's unfortunate that didn't increase our number of them by very much. But I don't want the treasury to run out whilst we're doing this, so... There. Okay, they're happy with their eggs. Then what? Cheese? Turn off trees until you build up to save money? We have saved up money. And turning off the trees is like... This is protected by these trees. We don't really have trees that we don't use. These trees protect this. These trees protect this. This is not protected at all. This is not protected, but it shouldn't be at risk. No, we need this to become profitable with the money that we have on hand to make it so. So chicken, 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 we need to do goat. Goat, well, not goat cheese. Yak cheese. One, two. Yeah, I reckon 1, 2. One, two. Eating center. How far away can you reach? Not as far as we might like. But that's what we're going to get. Okay. Now they have 2. And they say, give us... We've got spare monks, we can do gongs. They would like both gong and mandala. Unfortunately, that spreads so badly. Okay. And then I guess we're giving you a topiary. Sure. If you move the food over 2 spaces, you could fit next to it. Sorry? Oh, you want me to move like this like to left? This town center, as I think of it. No, but I'm thinking about building more houses there in the future. Right, like... Ta-da, these are influenced by all of these. If I stole your beer, how grumpy would you be? Alright. We return to reasonable profit. We should swap the order of this around. You are more important than the commoners. Good. They need one of these each. And then how are we going to do this? We're going to say... here. House, 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 house. House, 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 house. Something like that. Wastes a little bit, but is apparently necessary. Actually, that doesn't really do anything useful for us, so okay. It's sad that this is just the wrong size to fit a third down here, but what are you going to do? We're using up most of that food now. What don't you have that these do? Gong? Sure. There's space back here to give them the praying place. Okay, it doesn't need to get the end two, as long as it gets these two. We can probably do that with just a little bit of extra fancy road. Yeah, we just live with it. Needs some slightly fancier road. Okay, the inn doesn't reach there. Nor is it ever likely to, but we could move it over a little. Like, I don't see any amount of, Do we have 2 inns? Not meeting demand. Okay, good. What do we do to finish making you happy? Just shove 1 mandala on the end here. So that makes up for the lack of an inn. I definitely have... Well, actually, no. Now I should use artisans rather than monks. I was going to say I have more monks than artisans, but... No, and it needs to be a prosperity type thing or they don't care. So it kind of does need to be another inn. Or else we could have yak racing. But these people don't care about yak racing. Okay. So in it is. Well, yeah, in it is. You want to be a lion tamer. Cheers. Welcome, Jules. Jules? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, there. Where do you get your beer from? Over here. Beer thing. Yeet. Beer at this as well. But that has made all of these people deeply unhappy. Because they are no longer getting beer. Those 2 are working. No. 2, 3, 4. How do we spend the last of our money to make these people unhappy with their level? We could kill one. So, Mandala, Yak Guardians, or Incense? No? What if I just move you and you realize that you don't deserve to be nice houses? 218. Yeah. Move them, de-level them back to level 2s. Yes, it costs me a slight amount of workforce. But it saves us a lot of money. Okay. Well, we did say this zone will need to be mixed, these and normal people. So we maybe could build some normal workers over there as well. Normal workers will accept eggs. Normal workers will accept cheese. They will accept the gong and the prettiness. So sure, we could just add some more normal people over here. I didn't mean for that to be extra fancy road. Now there's not enough of this. But we need to sit back and let money come in a bit. We can add the egg. The egg isn't too bad. One more egg. And then we need more cheese. Unfortunately, it doesn't reach here. We're going to swap these two. Really? Oh, come on. Okay, then we swap these two. Done. If we can fit one more set of those, we might go do the gold mining. Ta-da! We can fit them. Couldn't I just build further left? The expectation is that I want to build another zone here, CK Hawk. Right? In the same way that this is here, I'm thinking I wanted to do another one here. Let's go do that gold mining. So, we need to be able to walk up to here. We are going to need even more yak. So, another set of these for the sake of making hay. Actually, then we should make it at the very top. Sure, why not? It can be up here as well. So 2 of those is then 2 of these. Yakety yaks. Okay. You feed that one, you feed that one. You feed that one, you feed that one. That should give us enough yaks to do the gold mining. Let a bit more treasury accumulate. Here, gold mine this do. Build you a road. And then gold mining mint thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is so many of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy moly, that's a lot of more yaks we need. Okay, so 2 more of these. In fact, no. Turn them off briefly. We need a distributing thing. You don't need to be on at the moment. 4 goes to here, which goes to here and here. And then that turns into money. Money minting, plus 500. We turn... After a couple of moments, we build another thing, so that we can have the yaks to do the other money minting. Okay, you do this one, you do this one. Cheap road. Lovely. Wasn't there a third gold mine spot? No, it was 3 salt, only 2... Oh, no, there is a gold one. It's over there, though. Can we just build a bridge? Yes. Building it right next to the really nasty snowcap? Let's try and keep things over here. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? 2 more yak thing. Go and go. That should be enough to turn these 2 on. Done. Gold minting money. Money, 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 money. Oh, speak of the avalanche. Move Mr. Plow back up here. Tell him he can do work. We need 1 more set of yak thing here if we're going to start another pair of gold mines. Better watch out for our inflation. Joink. See, I've never bought that argument terribly much because you know what inflation does? Makes things cost slightly more money. You know what gives you more money than the increased cost of inflation? The gold. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hay to there. Hay to there. Yak thing. Yak thing. Done. We have enough spare yaks to start this. What we don't have is workers. We need some more boring citizens over here. You need another set of eggs. That won't actually be able to reach the egg distribution point, so there. Okay. Am I willing to spend big money to extend that way? No, I think I'd rather build something there. Whoops, I wanted crappy road, not good road. Close enough. And then over here. So we've built this. We need to distribute into two things. Done. Look at all the money. Wait a little bit. Slightly more cheese, you say? It could be done. Done. I don't think there's any protecting this. We just have to accept that this may be turned off from time to time. God damn it, you keep tricking me into doing that, game. Okay, that's enough bank that we can start this one. About those baths. This is not a fishable river. Not from this side, only on the low ground side. Okay. Scammed? Something like there. Okay, eggs, cheese, maybe one more cheese before we start shoving down houses. That's not going to reach there. Could you just reach here directly? Sure. So some of the cheese gets directly delivered and the rest gets split up that way. Here, housing. We're going to want both kinds again, but at the moment we want the lowlanders slightly more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, this probably wants to be gong and thing. Yes. So how are we dealing with it over here? We were dealing with it via gong and topiary. Probably want that there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this is actually fits quite nicely. Good enough. Topiary. And then housing. Good. They want one other thing. They could have honey. Honey's pretty easy to do. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, we also need taxes. This is true. The Voluntary Donation Center. Okay, gong and topiary. That's kind of wasteful. On the other hand, it means this one's could happily have shrine, shrine. Trade these around. No, because that's the range of the food. Fine. And topiary. Okay. Next, we accept that we need medium roads around certain parts of this. That's probably enough spare workers, and now we should do some more artisans. So we have got gong. We have got decorations, but we're not going to have anything else that they want. They're going to be grumpy about that. We could add in copper here. Let's let a little bit of time pass and treasury build back up. How's the fixing of snow going? And you know what? These ones, we could move Mr. Plow over to here and turn this one on. Wrong kind of road, but okay. Alright, that's enough spare money again we can get building, so... raw. I kind of wish copper was in here. Instead you have to go this one, this one, this one, that. Okay. And then this needs the 4:1. Beer will make them all happy, but beer is really space. And beer is so many levels of stuff that it's painful to do. You need wood. You need the grain. You need them in the weird ratios that they come to each other in. No, I'd rather do easy, simple ratio things. Straightforward. Easy. We're going to need a distributor. So you, this. Sure thing. You go to here. And that's 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you deliver to each one of those. They all aggregate together here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You... And we need 2 Amazon distribution centers, and we need some houses for some more of these guys. So, Amazon Center. Kind of like there. But there also works. Sure. Here. These stop complaining. These need a topiary. And this one needs a gong. It's kind of tempting to be a bit cheeky. Do that. We need more butter. So I think some of these eggs will have to move up here so that we can fit more butter down there. Where are we going to fit that? Like that? Weird one-tile road, but it works. You deliver to there. You deliver to there. Butter is, once again, surplus to demand. This side needs an Amazon distribution center. Probably wants to go there. And then the tools also go to there. We have a desperate need of additional yaks. But we're in a position where we could reset all of these now. So they aren't costing me, you don't supply us with everything we want money. Swap the artisans to the right and the plebs to the left? Maybe. Let's do these first. Still a couple more we're supposed to do. And yaks. Oi. Well. Wait, did I count? Oh, I counted this wrong as well. Well, that's my bad. You... Here. Erase. That. Sure, extend that road to there. I guess I'm willing to do that a little bit more. Yes. More honey? Wrong kind of road. Okay. That's enough more citizens that we can go fix another couple of these. Okay. Still not enough normal workers. One, two. That's kind of annoying, but it will probably work. Good day, worm. Why do you... Because there's no, like, please devolve me button. Once a house evolves up to a higher level, as far as I know, there's no please devolve, I'm never going to give you the things you want button. And the way that you reset it is you move a house, move it back, when you move it, it goes down to minimum level, and then you can click the upgrade as many times as you want button. This can reach to here. Technically, we don't need that road there. Right. We could do there instead. You can't quite reach. Well, then we'll shove you over this side. Right, there's no reason you have to be on that side. Yeah, that's good. Hell, you could move up as well. And then we can fit more housing here. It looks like... Yes, it very reasonably could be described like that. We can have one more. That's outside of the food range, but not anymore. So, sure thing. Can more houses fit on the end there? Only one. And what if we did expensive road? Yeah, that gets me 2 more houses. Even if this guy is complaining about lack of range of the Amazon distribution store, so we bump up that road. Oops, wrong kind of road. Okay. Done. We need to go deal with the lack of yak. So maybe shove in some more of these in here. I'm surprised that doesn't reach here. But that'll do. We need one more road section for the honey. Oh yes, we do. Thank you. Boop. You go to here. I kind of want to move all this slightly this way so that I can fit a couple more plebs in there. Well, actually, probably a couple more artisans. These are never getting beer. We're already using all the beer, right? Yes, we are using precisely all the beer already. In fact, we aren't even making enough copper-based crap. Well, no more than that is happening. What we could do is maybe add in some wool to textiles. And then these guys would stop eating as much utensils. They'd probably just eat the textiles and do nothing, though. Well, some of them here would do something. You need a gong. Can do. Gonna get rid of that road? Looks like. Okay, and then how are we moving these around? This is now too far away from the egg thing. Could I move the egg thing? You can't move easily. We could swap these two, though. Sure. And then we could swap those two. Good, then those work. And then these can come to this side. Bloody bots. So can that. Okay, that's working. There's almost zero excess, though. Okay. And we haven't starved anyone while doing that. That'll do. Let money reaccumulate. I don't think I'm ever going to provide that many people with a mandala, sorry. Yet they're going to try and force me to. If there's more space at the top, we should use that for doing another set of yak things. Pause. So we need 26 more yaks. One, two. One, two. One, two. So you to there, you to there, you to there. I said you to... Come on. That one. Yes, you to this one. It really doesn't like me selecting that one. You to here. Done. Yak deficiency minimized. I don't think I could fit another setup here. Check. No, I don't see it working. Well, maybe if we move these two over. And this over. There's no reason that this has to be... We have been yakking on for a while. Actually, yeah, we kind of can make that work. Fine, then we should do one more. But the road is going to go here. Done. We even have a nice yak surplus. Money, 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 money. And now, what do we do about these? Provide me with more mandalas. Which is the most reasonable place to squeeze in the mandala? Here? Nowhere. This is huge. Could go here. See if we can shove it there. Nope, there is no rotate. That's actually only too wide, so it doesn't work. Fair enough. Will these people get pissed if we take away their temple? Only one. That's pretty good. And that puts space for a mandala here. There. Enough citizens have one, quit complaining. Now, somehow we built all this, but we don't actually have any more workforce. I suppose that workforce has been shoved into money minting? To a reasonable extent? That's even worse. We could give them a topiary or a gong. Sure. And then we're ever so slightly deficient on egg and goat. We can add one goat up here. Well, one cheese. Done. And then egg. Could I move all the food stuff to where you had surplus buildings? No, because food doesn't teleport around easily. That would then need a large number of artisans to move the food from down here. I mean, we can try. You know what? We'll give it a try. Maybe we end up making more artisans with the space we save than we spend via having the food need to cross the map. Damn it! I was hoping to get a 4x4 one to work. Do it from the other end. 1, 2, 3. You move to over here. 4. One, two, three. No, that was meant to be normal road, thank you. Okay, give me one sec. So we're getting shiny. There we go. Less shiny. So I need one more field. And then I need 2 processors. And then I need 1 yeet station. You deliver to there. You deliver to there. You 3, 4, all there. You all 2 there. This now has this, which we will send all the way here. And here. And with that extra food type, they no longer demand as much of the others. Boom, 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 boom. Eggs work anywhere, so conceivably we could push the eggs up to the top. Maybe this zone that's at extreme risk of getting avalanched. We could make our universal egg supply. So like, Mr. Plow. One of these and then infinite eggs. Actually, we should have just used you. So, move you down, kill that one. Move the eggs over. This is going to take a while. 2 more. You know what? Let's do it in bits that we can do without scrolling. Sure, this one. Thank you for letting me know I missed one. Make like 2 extra, because we're about to add more people. $200 extra artisans. I don't think we added 200 worth of space by moving this here, do you? I don't think we did. No. That was definitely a massive loss-making activity. How about we find out autosave? Hope that it hasn't saved that. Oh god, it has. How far can we go back, please? Not very far. Oh no. Ugh. Nah. Well, back you come. Yeah, their autosave is a little bit vigorous in its rewriting. Where are the other ones? Over here. Okay. The minus 200 is mostly fixed. But yes, moving this grain to the other end of the world is not sane. Look at all the workers that takes. 80 workers. No. Just no. 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 Okay. What, you want me to use more of this space rather than the other side of the universe? I mean, we could see if that's more reasonable. But you know what? This time we know to... save it in a way that lets us go back. Alright. Okay. It's a bit too fiddly, I think, Pisces. Like, I don't think I would want to pay for this as is myself. Oh god, you're going to complain about not having grain. You're never getting grain ever again, so you just have to learn to live with that, I'm afraid, friend. Okay. We really wanted we could try moving the bees out there as well. So you there, and then your things here. Here. The heck? Oh, whatever. Here. And here. Surely they are. Hmm. Oh. You need to match with this. There? That should all be fine. What are you complaining about? You're complaining that you can't reach this. Fine. That one, that one, that one. That one. That one. You should be there. And then you should be there. Okay. We're still 16 deficit. We can fit more here, though. How do we convince you don't have grain? Maybe I have to tell it that it doesn't get any, and then it will realize. There. Slightly annoying. But one Mr. Plow can deal with that. Okay, now it's happy again, but it wants more eggs. We can add in an egg or two more. Is there room for grain over? Yeah, not really. This space is already now all egg. 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 That can't quite reach what we need. You can. That one might be able to. Okay, that will. There. Egg demand met. Now we only have a tiny yak deficiency, and we're otherwise okay. That's doing its thing. We will deal with the yak deficiency via... what? I'm kind of tempted to do it up here. One. Yak's dealt with. The deficiency of tiny yaks. Okay. We now have a surplus of everything, including money. We should actually work on our goal. Tapestries. Oh god, it needs dye dust. It needs wool. And that's it. Do we have spare dye dust over here in the place where we make dye dust? No, we are using 100% of it. So it must go here. Turn you on. Turn you on. There's dye. Oh, sorry, there's the crystals. There's one part of this chain. It also needs herbs. The output ratios on this are crazy. You only need the tiniest bit of this stuff. I can probably move the roads to make this happen. Okay. Wait, no, I'm never going to need more than one. Okay, that's overkill. Die. This plus this combines here. I mean, why not there? There's fine. This. Okay, where does the dust output to? And does this even need to be this kind of one if we're only yoinking it that little way? Not really. So, turn you off, reset you. Have it be a workman kind of one. Trade these two around. If we can find some temporary storage space. Yeah. This... Actually, that could just go straight there. You... Here... You... Here... You... There... There... And then both of this... And this... are going where? No, so you're meant to go there. No, but I need them crushed. No, I don't. You crush them. Okay. So, you can go here. You there. You there. You don't quite reach this. Even though it looked like you did moments ago. There. Both of them go into that. Output crushed thingy. How do we pick the crushed stuff up? Only if I can move that. Yeah, that can move up one. That's already stretching the limits of what it can do. But this can move. You aren't needed on both sides, so you could just come down there. And then that can go here. Okay. Turn that on. Where is the dye going? The dye is going to wherever this is. Who even consumes this? These guys do. So I'd like to do it here. That's not impossible. We already have a lot of wool that we could gather. It wouldn't be the furthest distance to yeet the wool. Okay. Oh my god, it needs a river. No. Seriously? That is rude. Can maybe get rid of those two and squeeze it in here? No, it's going up here. And if we need a million artisans to yoink stuff around to get it there, then I guess that's just the way it has to be. These guys will happily eat the tapestries. So, disconnect you from everything. I'm not yoinking the wool that far around the universe. There is more local wool to use. This wool? It's still kind of far, but... So, first thing is tell those 2 bits of dye to yeet all the way over there. Kind of ridiculous, but okay. So many missing artisans. And then... textile. And then this goes over to here. Missing 70 people. Can we not make a shorter path? We might be able to go over this way? No. Maybe... maybe that path is quicker than... that path? No. It seems to think the other path is the better path. Just gonna have to accept that that's what it thinks. Okay, and then the last step is delivering this to the local Amazon fulfillment centers. Well, actually, it depends. If This can get 300 by touching there. $208. Because this doesn't eat at all? Yes. So no, we do have to go like that. Turn you back on. You actually send to here. He sends to here and here. You turn that on. We provide just enough tapestries. Alright, with so many artisans in town, we can finally start some real work. What have we been doing so far? Getting ready. Our settlement is now developed enough to support the production of ornaments. Let's rip these precious metals from the rock. Kindly ask the earth spirits to share their valuables with us. Humble children of nature. Okay, let's kill this ridiculous supply chain that we no longer want or need, so that we don't have 800 million missing artisans. I no longer need that, or that, or that, or that. Good. Ornaments. You're ever so slightly deficit on that, but you're just going to have to live with it. Maybe we kill off you. And the snow's getting dug out. That's getting dug out. They would like... You know what? They would be happy with a topiary. Losing you is made up for by upgrading those two. I really thought that would affect more around that way. Well, what if we go like that? Yeah, there we go. Then these guys are happy with that. Go. Alright, what is needed for ornaments? Ornaments was gold and something else. Logs into coal, coal plus gold plus copper into ornaments. That makes me want to do it here. Especially with this copper. Can we climb that way? Yes. So... we're going to have to sacrifice some of our protection. Okay, and then we go... Okay, that's copper. Theory can get up here. It needs a eating center. And then up here we want... this. You yeet it up the hill. It's not very far. Then we need gold. We are going to actually turn you and you off. We're going to move this guy to here. We're going to move this guy to here. You stretch to there. He stretches that to there. We've got the gold and the copper. As for coal, coal is easy. Let's bar that off with some of this because we can. Try and make up for what we lost. Yeah, that looks fine. And then it was coal. How much coal? Not very much coal. One coal thing should be plenty. That only needs... we don't even need a whole one. We only need like 2/3 of this. And kind of conveniently... that gives us an excuse to protect a lot of this. Yeah, we do have one tree to go save. We could go move this tree upstairs as our new tree. Just barely reaches what we... no, it doesn't. So we move you. We move you. Then you can reach what we need. Yes, this is the top. We have achieved the top of the mountain. And then the next step will be to build the giant temple thing on top of the mountain. I think. So 1... 2, 3, 4, 5? And I can't do anything about that bit. Okay, that protects this new thing. Two, 3, slightly too far away. Okay. We need one more that's in range. I guess that means I just move you down one more square. Yeah. Okay, and then that goes to here. Ta-da! We have full... whatever this is, ornaments output. It needs a yeeting center. And then the yeeting center sends it to this Amazon fulfillment center. No? These guys don't like ornaments, okay. Do artisans like ornaments? Artisans like ornaments. So instead it is yeet it down. Yeah. Done. Did you see that? See what? It's a silver hawk, a sacred animal that links the mortal and spirit worlds. There's a ton of birds here, and all of them look the bloody same. Ah, but I saw it too. Ah. It's a sign that's perfectly clear to me. We don't need to wait any longer. Let's raise the Giga Temple. To raise the Giga Temple, you must do these things. Build the lift station base and lift towers. Okay. It's a bit rude that it's where my gold refinery is, but... Can probably make something work. Right, that works. And then the base station. And then what the hell is this tower? Rock pillar. Okay, here.
I want to be a lion tamer.
Sure, but why can't I make these? Also, thank you kindly for the follow. Are the people operating the towers complaining about solitude? We don't know, we don't hear from them very often. But why can't we do that? Okay, this one, and that gets us up to the top. Yeah, you have to follow a... So maybe there were other points and I just missed them. Yeah, there is another point, and there's presumably another point near that thing, yeah. Okay, so it wants 4 ornamental cedar, 16 woods, and 18 butter lamps. Unfortunately, that is painted cedar. And good God, it has caused a massive monk deficiency. "71 missing monks." I can turn you off. That gets us a reasonable chunk of them back, although it costs us some research level. Butter lamps, wood, cedar. I mean, I don't need to be producing this anymore, right? This is just... Unless ornamental cedar needs us to combine ornaments and... How do we make ornamental cedar? Oh god, it needs another level of technology! Blah! So this would have to be on, and we would need another, which means we need, like, a bajillion more monks. I'm unconvinced I have space for that. Well, thankfully we would only need one of these. One of these is still two of these, though. Could I double this production without too much trouble? Yes. Yes. No, the thing that's gonna stick me is I can't get that extra tech reasonably. this being 8 instead of 9. If it was 9, you'd know for sure that the right way to go about it was 3 of these. But it kind of feels wasteful to build 3 of these and have 1 excess. Maybe I'm meant to do 2 of these and 2 of this. That is so many more monks. I would need about 100 more monks. Can make a fair bit of food down here. We could house some more monks. Not 100. Maybe 60. Okay, they would need gongs, shrines, possibly honey. Honey isn't too much to do. Okay. Gong. And a tax agent. Yes. Yuck. Okay. Oh, wrong kind of house. Wrong kind of house. I'm sorry. Not you. I mean, that can move up. So can that. Nothing stopping that from being there. Okay. Honey to... Come on, let me put the honey here. And then from here to there. Okay. Gongs. Probably that one. Good. Prayer shrines. They need one more. They can have topiaries. Okay. That one. Topiary. Gong. Little shrine. Okay. Gong. Topiary. Baby shrine. Maybe... Can we squeeze an actual house in there? Yes. But you don't think you have the gong. Or the topiary. So this needs to move. And we need slightly better roads here. Okay. Now what are you grizzling about? You don't have a shrine. Done. Negative 11 monks goes up to plus 60, which is enough for that to be turned on. We would need that again. We could fit some more here, but then this is going to be out of food. Unless we can add in, like, cheese to diversify the food needs here. Maybe we could make cheese here and yeet it down? No, if anything, we'd want to yeet it up. One more? Okay. In theory, these could upgrade, right? There's enough spare food now that we've done all of those. They would need 2 more things. Decorations isn't unheard of. We could delete small bits and add in topiaries. Right, we could go erase 1. Add topiary. So like that one. But I can't do more than that. I could give them a praying spot and that's it. Otherwise they want incense or to be boxed in. Or yak guardians. I mean, we could kill one and try this thing. Like, it fits there. You could move. Go live there. How does a yak guardian force work? Sure. We have insufficient cheese again. And supposedly honey. I guess you're just dying. So I need one more honey. No, I didn't realize how over surplus we were. That was unnecessary. It's this one that we need one. Can I squeeze in one more buttery something down here somehow? No. Not reasonably there. Maybe at the top. Also pretty much no. What if we increase our roads a bit? So... Try and get that a bit more spread. That is enough monks that we could go up to the extra... that and the final tech level. Yes, we just need some more yaks. And maybe a couple more normal civvies. Okay. Couple more yaks. Could go here. Maybe we just accept that trying to guard this is pointless. Will give us more space in our easiest to expand location. Okay. Unpause, let tech hit 8. Rumble, but it's not the worst. Apparently he's never going to reach here. Well, that's just going to have to live with being under the snow. You get over. Here. Those ones we actually use, so... And actually we need one more to make up for that one. I should not have... There. Okay. Provide an insane number of people with gong access. Okay, where don't we have gong? Here. But it wouldn't do anything to give them gong access. Ah, whatever. Do it. We're told to do it. Just obey. Okay. Yeah, if you have something like this, and you don't give the player a map mode dedicated to seeing the thing, it's kinda bad, right? Like, when I'm in this map mode, it should do the same thing as it's doing here, where it shows you the ones that are already covered. Because else I have no idea where to build the extra gong to meet this desire. Maybe a gong down somewhere here? No, there's one there. Yeah, I genuinely cannot tell where it wants me to have a gong, but I don't have one. I think that might be it for my, It's all going wrong? No, we're fine. We're making money, we have spare people. The only thing we don't have is spare yaks. We could make more spare yaks up here without too much effort. Yes, we are digging some people out of the snow, but that's just the cost of doing business. Not being able to see this is frustrating. And I think that might be the straw that breaks the back for me. What happens if we don't meet this demand? Right, what if we just ignore it completely? We've got 8. We can nominally start working on this. But I can't even see what my other goal is until this goes away. Thank you. Oh no, spirits fail. We need to give away some money. But we have all full money. Okay. Wood, butter lamps, ornamental cedar. I don't remember making this. Those are making ornaments. Could nominally add an extra one there. This is yoinking it up to here to do this. We're going to need more of that if we're going to do the 4 ornamental cedar, because we would need 2 of these. So I need a second one of those. Two of them operating at 2/3 is actually probably going to be enough, so we'll change the way that this is getting done. One, two. Wrong kind of roads, but 3. Gonna need slightly nicer roads for that. Still no? Well, what about here? There we go. Lovely. And then we need the gold. What? Foundry. Gold, check. You need this copper. Done. Now we have enough ornaments. 6 and 6 is 12. This is going to have to live somewhere else. Sure, there. That makes space up here for that final good. Production. No, I want you to send this here. I want you to send this here. There we go. And then we need 4 painted cedar to get up here. The trouble is, that means we would need another set of this. Can we just import the painted cedar? Can we turn to money as our savior? Where was that trade station? Here. No, there. Ornamental cedar. You know what? Here. Actually, then why even bother making it? Buy it. I would like you to buy 4. Send it to there. Do. Run. Okay. This needs to get over to here. Well, you can output to this, and then he can output to here. And then you turn on. Receiving the required ornamental cedar. Then wood. Here, these things. Where are they going? They're going to here. No, where is this going? Here. And then that is going down there. Absolutely not. Instead, you send that up to here. And we need 1 more of these. Utensils, butter, coal. Utensils, we can space butter, we can make some coal there. The downside is we need another yeeting thing, but so be it. So that's top priority. And then a butter. Wrong one. That to here. So we trade these two? Except that you can't reach there. You could reach here. Serious? No, that worked. Surely that must work. Milk? No, I want butter. What have I done wrong there? Produce milk. Milk to cheese. Okay, I built the wrong kind of thing. We want milk to butter. That thing. And then that to there. Butter, check. Utensils. Check. Coal. More than enough. This needs to get yeeted up to the top. Okay. 18 butter lamps, check. 4 ornamental cedar, check. 16 wood. If only we could rotate these so they face the other way, then our problem would instantly go away. If I can move you back one, but we cannot. One, two, three, 4. You can technically get over here. We lose a cataclysmic amount of money per second. Done. Victory? Victory! I thought it was gonna be a multi-phase, like, now you've built the bottom of the temple. Next you need to build phase 2 of the temple. Ah, isn't it magnificent? I always knew we would make it. I didn't know that. We've got plenty of space and minerals. It won't be this easy elsewhere. Don't think about it. Rejoice. I can feel the spirit's inspiration rushing through my veins. I'd prefer to keep my veins closed, thank you very much. Congratulations! You've completed Summit Temple. On medium hard, not the ultra super giga hard difficulty. Oh. Okay. Now, we ignore the fact that we were losing like a year's budget in a month. That doesn't matter, we won. Budget... Budget is going to hell, but we won. Truthfully though, once we'd finished building it, we could just turn off all those stupid industries. So it wouldn't actually be that bad. Okay. They need to do some map mode improvements. Being able to see, like, click on Build Gong and see where all gongs currently provide vision would be amazing. The same thing for things like topiaries, shrines, etc. You shouldn't have to click on the individual shrines and then compute how they overlap. You should just, like, click on shrine and it gives you, here is the current shrine map mode. It needs a move shortcut key. Definitely. And maybe to be a bit less fiddly, but otherwise I think that's pretty reasonable. I've come over a little bit more than I originally was to the like, level up the roads to effectively give you extra range. Certainly fitting everything on that map was a real challenge. At least at this level of knowledge, like having only played the demo and then yesterday and today. I hope they address those couple of things and actually make it really, really lovely. Full release. TM.